Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I first learned about the disappearance on a quiet evening, when my father forwarded me the incident report he'd been piecing together on his own. He had printed every scrap of it, even the portions stamped with file handling tags from the Rangers. One page carried an odd string at the top, something like a filing glitch from the copier. And I remember tracing it with my thumb before I set the stack aside, and tried to imagine the route my friend Mark had been taking when everything unraveled. I'd ridden segments of that corridor with him before. Long rolling stretches of logging road interrupted by river crossings and clusters of old fir that swallowed the light, even at midday. Thinking of him out there alone made something cold settle in my chest, and the feeling never left as the days unfolded. The last message I got from him was casual. A check-in he sent while he was camped near a low ridge. He said the temperature had dropped, but the sky was clear, and he'd make the next scheduled call on the 5th. He always wrote like that, clipped, steady notes, outdoorsman shorthand, but he never missed his own checkpoints. That was his defining trait on the trail, precision. So when his father called me on the evening of the 5th to say there had been no message, the silence felt wrong from the first minute. Not a dramatic kind of wrong, a practical kind. The kind that follows someone who always prepares, always plans, always follows through. I kept glancing at my phone through the night, imagining his routine on a long ride. He'd crest a hill, take a quick breather, send a brief text and move on. The missed message sat like a stone in my throat. At sunrise, his father contacted the authorities, and within hours, Rangers were tracing the rough grid Mark had marked on his planning notes. The route cut between old logging spurs and a narrow run of river. Where cell coverage fell off to nothing, I drove up to meet the team before dusk. A thin band of mist moving through the pines as I reached the staging point. The Rangers had laid out maps on the hood of a truck. One of them explained that early in the afternoon they'd found his bike and his trailer at a pull-off along a spur road. The whole setup sat just off the gravel, arranged with a kind of care that didn't match the situation. His bike was upright, braced on its stand, and the trailer was uncoupled but not overturned. Gear remained strapped or sealed. Nothing was torn open or scattered by animals. No tracks suggested a fall, no scrape marks on the gravel, no sign he'd been forced anywhere. It was as if he'd simply dismounted, stepped away for a moment, and then never came back. I followed them down the narrow road as twilight settled. The air smelled like cold water and cedar. When we reached the site, the quiet hit me first, not just absence of noise, but a pressure, as if the usual forest sounds refused to draw near. His bike looked exactly as I remembered it. The clean chain, the reflective tape near the wheels, the small toolkit clipped under the saddle. Everything should have told a simple story, but it didn't. I crouched beside the handlebars and touched the metal. It was dry, not a trace of dew, which meant it hadn't been sitting exposed for long. Whatever had happened had been recent. Then I saw the first arrow. It was planted in the soil at the tree line, the fletching bright against the dark. Another lay a few paces off, angled differently, and a third was buried almost to the shaft, its head vanishing into the dirt. The Rangers had already marked them, noting they weren't his. He didn't carry archery gear. He kept his load light, and these arrows looked deliberately arranged, not fired at random. They formed a loose arc pointing toward the deeper forest. I tried to imagine him placing them, but it didn't fit. He wasn't the type to leave signals like that, and certainly not without a note or a pack missing. His pack remained clipped on the trailer, sealed, untouched. We waited for a canine team to arrive, and during that lull the temperature fell sharply. Moisture condensed on my jacket. The Rangers moved with practiced economy, But beneath that, I sensed the same unease I felt. The quiet didn't break. Even the dogs, once they arrived, seemed reluctant at the perimeter, tugging but refusing to commit deep into the trees. They traced a short loop around the site, circling the bike and trailer, but they never caught a line leading away. The handler frowned, said markers usually disrupt scent, only if someone intentionally masks it, but there was no sign of that. No chemicals, no disturbed earth, no footprints overlapping old ones, just nothing where something should have been. When they finally did push deeper, the dogs returned to the same spot again and again, a depression in the ground just inside the tray line where one of the arrows stood upright. The soil there was undisturbed, but the dogs whined, backing off. The handler told us sometimes animals react to old injuries in a location, a buried carcass or chemical residue. But when he probed the dirt with a gloved hand, it came up clean, fresh, unremarkable soil. Still, the dogs wanted no part of it. Search crews expanded their pattern through the night. I stayed at the perimeter, listening to the distant calls and radio clicks. The river ran somewhere beyond the slope, a low, steady noise that never grew louder or softer. Each time a beam of light passed between the trees, I caught the glint of the arrowheads as though they were watching the search unfold. Around midnight, the rangers returned to regroup. They found no signs of struggle, no clothing, no boot prints, no tracks that matched his tires leaving the site. One ranger said quietly that sometimes people just walk off the trail, wander due to exhaustion or a medical event, but that explanation dissolved the moment he said it. Nothing about the scene matched someone stumbling away in distress. By morning, fog pressed in, a thin silver veil hanging between trunks. We made another sweep. I walked the narrow band between the spur road and the beginning of the slope, imagining him stepping through, imagining the careful way he would have placed his feet. I found nothing except the faint smell of sap and cold water. The arrows remained where they'd been, and I couldn't shake the thought that they were pointing at something I couldn't see. When the team paused at midday, I examined his gear again. His water bottles were full, his food stores intact. His GPS unit sat in its case with a full charge. No sign of malfunction, no reason to leave any of it behind. A ranger opened one of his dry bags and sifted through the clothing. Each piece was folded, undisturbed. It felt wrong looking at his things without him there, like trespassing in the middle of something unfinished. As the search expanded over the next hours, volunteers hiked the riverbank, while drones swept the canopy line. The weather held steady. Cold, clear, no wind to erase traces, but nothing turned up. By late afternoon, the incident commander gathered us. They'd continue through the evening, he said, and reassess after the second full day. They asked me to return to the trailhead with them, but I stayed behind a moment longer, studying the bike and the arrows. The forest was beginning to dim, the day dropping quickly toward night. Shadows pooled at the base of the fours, and for a second I felt like if I stepped into that line of trees I might see a shape leaning just out of view, waiting for me to look away first. I didn't follow the thought. I stepped back toward the truck. That evening, I returned to my hotel and sat on the edge of the bed, with the incident report in my lap. My hand shook as I read the summary again. The missing check-in on April 5th, the discovery on April 6th, the intact equipment, the anomalous items placed at the perimeter of the clearing, the failure to locate any track or sign of an exit path. The final line of the official note said the disappearance remained unexplained, pending additional evidence. In the days that followed, I spent more time in those woods than I care to admit. When the rangers paused the formal search, I kept walking the spurs alone, listening for anything, a shifted pebble, a broken twig, some natural sound that would make sense of the gap he left behind. But the forest returned nothing. Even the arrows were gone when the site was cleared. They'd been logged, bagged, and carried away for analysis, leaving only the small holes they'd made in the dirt. I stood over those holes one evening, watching the last streak of dusk draw across the sky. The river moved out of sight, soft but constant, like a long exhale just beyond my reach. Days turned into weeks, and whatever trail there might have been faded with them. I kept telling myself that someone would find a thread, a camera ping, a hiker's report, something that would tie back to the intact gear in the silent forest. But nothing came. People don't just vanish in open country like that. Not with everything left behind in perfect working order. Not without a trace pressed into the earth. I tried to recreate the final moment he might have experienced. Stopping the bike, unhooking the trailer, stepping away. I followed the steps in my mind until I reached the tray line, and then everything dissolved into that static quiet the dogs sensed but couldn't parse. I still think about the arrows, the deliberateness of their placement, the quiet around them. Sometimes I picture Mark standing among those trees, trying to understand something he'd found on the trail, something he didn't have the words for. Other times I imagine nothing at all, just a gap in the afternoon where a person should be. I kept the page with the strange file tag. It sits in a drawer now, a reminder of the moment the search first became real to me. I don't know why that tiny artifact sticks in my mind. More than the rest, maybe because it feels like one of the only pieces left that hasn't been explained away or packed into a box. But when I think of the site, I always go back to that first evening. The silence in the trees, the careful way his bike waited on its stand, the quiet curve of the arrows pointing toward the darker forest. That's the image that returns every time I close my eyes. Not an answer, not even a direction, just the emptiness where he should have stood, and the sense that he stepped towards something the rest of us still can't see. I remember the air first, thin, bright, carrying that late afternoon chill that settles over the ridgelines even in early summer. I was small enough then that the trees looked impossibly tall, packed so close together that the sky showed only in narrow seams of white light. We were on a family trip, the kind my father liked to take when he felt we'd been too long in town. He said the mountains cleared the noise out of his head. Back then, I didn't have any noise to clear. I just liked the feeling of running between the pines with my brother close behind. We had set up camp near a trail that followed a stream. I remember the sound of that water better than my own voice from those years. It was steady and cool, a thin rush over stones that never changed speed no matter how much we stirred the world around it. The grown-ups were finishing with the gear, and my brother invented a game to keep me busy. He tapped my shoulder, told me I had 10 seconds to hide, and started counting with his face buried in his arms. I ran without thinking, laughing as I ducked between trees, following a narrow fold in the ground where old leaves had gathered. It felt like slipping into another room. I squatted behind a log and waited. At first, everything was still fun. I could hear my brother calling for me, stretching out my name as if he were trying to make it sound spooky. I stayed quiet because that was part of the game. Then his calls drifted farther off, and the woods got too quiet. That was the moment the excitement began to feel wrong, like I had pressed too hard against the rules of the world, and something had shifted around me. I stepped out from the log and tried to retrace the way I'd come, but the trees looked different. I didn't know then that the sun had started to drop behind the ridge, and the colors were flattening in ways that made the woods seem unfamiliar. I kept expecting to see the curve of my father's tent, the flash of my brother's red jacket, something that belonged to us. Instead, every direction looked the same. There were no answers in the silence, just the sound of the stream somewhere behind the trees, and the faint rustle of branches settling as the temperature fell. I wasn't scared at first. I thought all I had to do was keep walking until I reached the trail, so I picked the direction where the light seemed strongest and went that way. The ground dipped and rose under my sneakers. I heard something like a woodpecker tapping, then nothing again. I remember wishing my brother would jump out from behind a tree and say the game was over. For a while, I kept pretending that if I stood still long enough, he would. The forest grew darker until the trees blended into one tall shape. I didn't know what time it was, only that it felt later than I wanted it to be. I wandered in wide circles without meaning to. Every time I paused, the quiet pressed closer, as if the woods were leaning in to listen. I tried calling out, but the sound felt small. The trees absorbed it before it could bounce back to me. At some point, I stopped moving and just stood there. I can't say for how long. The memories from that stretch feel thin, like they were rubbed smooth. I remember a cold patch of air drifting across my face, I remember thinking the woods smelled different than they had earlier in the day, less like sun-warmed bark and more like something shaded and old. I remember trying to follow the noise of the stream, but it kept slipping to one side in a way that made me doubt my ears. The rest of that evening is a set of impressions rather than clear moments. A pale band of sky between branches, a patch of moss that felt damp when I put my hand on it, a faint crack in the distance that might have been a branch, or might have been something moving just out of view. I didn't know then that hours were passing. I didn't know that back at the campsite my father was checking his watch, trying not to panic, insisting we'd find each other once the light came back. Eventually the world around me thinned into shapes without color. I remember a point where sound returned all at once, a rustle behind me, the rush of the stream, a whisper of wind lifting the needles overhead. I turned, expecting to see someone, anyone, but there was only the dark. After that, memory becomes less a sequence and more a scattering. I recall feeling weightless, as if the ground had tilted under me. I recall the sense of being watched, though I can't say by whom or what. I recall reaching for something, a branch, a rock, a hand, but touching only the cool air. And then there's a kind of blankness that stretches wider than the night itself, a blankness I've tried to understand for years. When I think back on it now, as an adult piecing together the fragments of what happened, the timeline others constructed fills in the gaps I can't. They told me later how my brother and father searched on their own at first, moving through the campsite, calling my name. They believed I'd be found quickly. They believed children didn't get far in that terrain. But each minute that passed tightened their fear, until it was too late to pretend it would all resolve with a laugh and a lecture. They reported me missing after those long hours slipped by, and that delay would become one of the quiet tragedies of the story. While I was wandering in circles under the trees, teams were assembling, park rangers, local volunteers, trained search and rescue crews. They brought dogs, maps, radios. Later, when the scale of it grew, military units joined them, moving through the backcountry with precision I never saw but can imagine now. Dozens of people combed the ridgelines and ravines, spreading out in grids, calling my name into the cold morning air. They followed the stream, swept the drainage, checked every logging road. They kept expecting a sign, a footprint in the mud, a scrap of fabric caught on a thorn, something that would anchor my presence to the ground. Nothing turned up. In the accounts I've read, the search stretched into weeks, then months. They worked in storms, in heat, in the stillness of early dawn. My family stayed in the park through it all, waiting for news that never came. My father carried a guilt he never put into words, not to the officials and not even to himself. My brother grew quiet in ways a kid shouldn't. Everyone held on to the idea that a child couldn't simply vanish. Something had to give a clue, a trail, a witness, but the mountains held their silence. When the official search wound down, the unease didn't. There were stories years later of someone hearing a single scream carry across a valley and then stop. There were hunters who claimed they found remains deep in the woods, but couldn't retrace the route to show investigators. There were maps marked with circles and lines that led nowhere. Every tip was followed, and every tip ended back in the same silence that covered those trees. Through it all, the only thing that moved was the process itself. The failure to find me, despite the scale, despite the experience of the teams involved, forced the agencies to change how they handled disappearances in the wilderness. They reworked the timelines, training, coordination procedures. They built new guidelines that assumed the first hours were everything. It was meant to prevent another case like mine. I try to take some sort of meaning from that, though it's a strange feeling to know your absence reshaped something so large. As for me, what I remember has never been enough to answer the questions others have carried for decades. I can offer only what the woods gave back to me. Small pieces, half-formed impressions, the sense of stepping from familiar ground into a space that didn't behave the way I expected. People have tried to fill in the blanks with explanations, falls, animals, hidden terrain, strangers, the cold. Some lean toward the uncanny, because the absence of proof leaves too much room for imagination, but I can't confirm any of it. I can only hold the fragments I have and accept their limits. There is one moment that returns to me more than any other, a moment from just before everything goes dark in my memory. I was standing near a narrow rise in the ground, looking at a gap between two trees. The light behind them had turned a soft gray, and something about that gap felt like an invitation or a warning. I still can't tell which. I stepped toward it. The air shifted, the ground felt unsteady beneath my foot, and then the memory fades like a page torn from the middle of a book. Everything after that belongs to other people's accounts. Manpower tallies, search grids, radio logs, the sound of boots moving through brush. My experience ends at that gap in the trees, on that ridge where the forest grew too quiet and the shapes around me blurred. Sometimes when I think back on it, I hear the stream again, steady and calm, continuing on as if nothing had happened. I picture my small hand brushing against the bark of a tree as I tried to find my way back. I imagine the last bit of daylight slipping between the branches. I feel the cold air against my face, and then there's only the blankness, spreading out through the forest, waiting for me to step into it. I was the one who suggested we squeeze in a last run before the weather socked in. That detail sits in my mind with a fixed metallic weight, because everything that followed hinged on that single choice. We'd spent the morning on the upper bowls above the resort, solid powder, cold enough that your breath hung in a straight column when you stopped to catch it. I remember leaning on my poles, thighs burning, watching clouds boil along the ridge. The others talked about heading down before the lift shut. I'm a firefighter back home, used to reading smoke, and something about the way those clouds folded over themselves made me uneasy. But I also felt that familiar pride that comes with being the strongest skier in a group of friends. One more run, I said, just a quick solo line while they took the main route down. It would take me maybe 15 minutes. I told them I'd meet them at the restaurant near the base. I cut left onto a narrower trail that wrapped around the back of a stand of firs. The wind picked up hard enough that it hissed over the snow. I'd been on enough mountain calls during winter to know how fast conditions can shift, but I wasn't thinking like a firefighter in that moment. I was thinking like someone who believed he had a decent sense for risk and plenty of experience on skis. The sky dimmed in a way that made the trees look sharper, their lines darker, and in the space of what felt like a breath, flakes came at me sideways. I pushed through the curve, staying centered, making short, careful turns, the sound of my skis muted beneath the rising howl. I wasn't scared yet. I've trained in worse, I'd seen worse. My biggest thought was that I might have to take it slow or unclip and hike the final stretch to the main run, where I'd pick up the last lift down. I kept moving, leaning into the slope, head down. Powder started piling on my shoulders. Then a detail I still turn over again and again, a single vibration in my chest, like someone plucked a cable anchored deep inside me. Not fear, not exertion, but something foreign. I stopped and looked uphill. The storm was a white curtain. Downhill, more of the same. My breath had turned loud inside my helmet. I remember trying to radio one of the guys, but the signal crackled and died. Not unusual for the back bowls. I tucked the radio away, planning to take another 20 yards and reassess. My next memory is sound low, close, and heavy, followed by a sensation like the ground dropped an inch beneath me. I've dealt with minor slab releases before. The snow shifts underfoot in a way that's unmistakable, but this wasn't that. It was more like the mountain exhaling directly through my boots. I widened my stance, readying in case anything started to slide. The wind swelled hard enough to make me crouch instinctively. Snow stung my face. My vision tunneled. Then the world went black. Not dark. Black. An absence. I've tried to recall whether I fell, whether I hit something, whether I passed out from cold or altitude or impact. Nothing lines up. There's no fear, no pain, no transition, just a full stop in my memory. And then I was standing. Not waking. Standing. Bright artificial light hit my eyes and I flinched. My legs trembled so badly I had to grab a wall, tile under my gloves. The sharp, stale cool of an air-conditioned hallway. voices echoing in some language I couldn't place at first. When my vision steadied, I realized I was inside an airport terminal bathroom. Same ski jacket, same gloves, even the same sheen of frost melting across my sleeves. My boots left wet prints on the floor. I staggered to the sinks and splashed water on my face. The mirror showed a man who looked like he'd been hauled halfway through a storm, eyes bloodshot, beard growing thicker than I remembered it being that morning. My watch read 6 days later. 6. I pressed the heel of my palm against my forehead until stars flickered. A janitor pushed in with a cart, glanced at me, and muttered something about people tracking in snow. The accent hit me then. Southwestern, maybe Mexican or New Mexican. And when I stepped back into the terminal, a huge mural confirmed it. Desert mountains, red rock, sun-blasted earth. I was thousands of miles from that ski resort. No ticket in my pockets, no phone, no wallet, just my clothing from that last run. Security got involved when I tried to ask where exactly I was. They asked if I needed medical attention. I couldn't answer them clearly because my mind felt full of static. They guided me toward a bench while radioing for local police. I remember staring at the polished floor tiles, trying to piece together anything, any image between the storm and that terminal. Nothing surfaced. It was as if I'd been hollowed out. Back at the resort, I later learned my friends had waited for me until the storm fully closed in. They assumed I'd detoured to the lodge, or taken cover at a mid-mountain station. When the lift shut down and I still hadn't appeared, they alerted ski patrol. The storm made searching impossible that night. But at first light, they launched a multi-agency effort involving firefighters, police, volunteers, dog teams, and aerial support. They found no tracks diverging from the trail I'd taken. No gear, no signs of a fall, nothing. According to the reports I eventually read, the search grid expanded over the next 3 days, until they were combing drainage paths, checking tree wells, sweeping avalanche debris fields. My name went out across local news. My family flew in. Days went by with nothing but wind-scoured snow and dead ends. Yet while that was happening, I wasn't anywhere near that mountain. I was based on travel records police pulled later, moving across state lines. There were confirmed sightings of me on security cameras, convenience stores, bus terminals, even a rest stop outside a major city. In every recording I looked disoriented but purposeful. Head down, expression blank. On one feed I'm buying a bus ticket with cash. On another I'm in a barber shop chair, nodding at something the barber said. I have zero recollection of any of it. When the police in the city where I reappeared contacted my family, they flew down immediately. My mother walked into the small office where they were holding me for medical evaluation, and her expression, some mix of relief and disbelief, hit harder than any firefighting call I'd ever responded to. I tried to stand, but my legs buckled. She caught me by the arms. I remember the texture of her coat sleeve against my cheek more vividly than anything else from that day. Doctors ran tests, neurological scans, toxicology panels, trauma assessments. No signs of injury consistent with a fall or exposure. No drugs, no hypoxia, no concussion markers. My vitals were stable. My body temperature was normal by the time I'd arrived at the hospital. I'd dropped weight, but not enough to indicate severe deprivation. A psychologist came in next. She spoke softly, careful with each question. Did I remember boarding a bus? No. Did I recall talking to anyone? No. Did I recall why I traveled in the direction I did? No. Had I ever sleepwalked? Experienced dissociative episodes? Blackouts? No. My work required regular psychological evaluations, and I'd never flagged in any category. Nothing in my history pointed toward a sudden fugue state, but the evidence was there. I had traveled. I had interacted. I had made choices, logical ones even. I had purchased property according to the report, using cash, and what appeared to be a temporary ID someone might issue during a system error or manual override. The address was a small dilapidated house outside a freight junction, several states away. I never set foot in it afterward as far as anyone could tell, but the paperwork was processed, My signature was on it, consistent with my handwriting. I tried forcing memories, digging for something to anchor those missing days, but each attempt felt like hitting the same blank wall. That blankness scared me more than any fire call I've run. Fires have patterns. They have sources. You can follow the burn, but this had no point of origin I could find. After releasing me from the hospital, the local police turned the case over to interstate investigators. They questioned me again and again. Every answer I gave was the same. I didn't know how I'd traveled. I didn't know why I'd gone where I'd gone. I didn't know where I slept, what I ate, how I paid for anything. They reviewed every frame of footage for signs of coercion or someone accompanying me. In each clip I was alone, moving steadily, not looking around, not hesitating. One investigator asked me to describe the very last moment on the mountain. I told him about the storm, the vibration in my chest, the sense of the ground shifting. He asked if I thought it felt like the beginning of an avalanche. I told him no. It was too small, too localized, too controlled. He asked if I could have fallen and suffered memory loss, but there was no physical evidence of a fall, and the time gap was too large for any routine concussion amnesia. He asked if I thought there was anything at all that I'd seen or heard that could explain the gap. I said the only thing I remembered was the darkness, not sleep, not fainting, a clean snap from light to black. When I finally returned home, the house felt unfamiliar, as if 6 days had stretched into something much longer. My gear still sat by the door where I'd left it before the trip. I touched the fabric of my work uniform, trying to reconcile the version of me who lived a structured, predictable life with the version caught on those cameras, wandering across states, blank-faced. My fire captain called me in for a meeting. He shook my hand, gave me a long look, and asked if I was ready to talk about what happened. I told him the truth. I didn't know how to talk about something I couldn't remember. He didn't push. He reminded me that strange things happen in the mountains, especially during sudden storms. People panic, they get disoriented, they walk in circles, they hitch rides, they forget. I nodded, but neither of us believed that explanation covered thousands of miles and 6 days of purposeful movement. Back in my routine, I tried reestablishing normal rhythms, running drills, maintaining equipment, cooking simple meals, cleaning the garage. But in quiet moments, flashes came unbidden. Not memories, sensations. The feel of a rattling diesel engine beneath my feet. A scent like metal warmed in the sun. The humming buzz of fluorescent lights. Nothing cohesive enough to reconstruct. Just fragments that didn't line up with anything I consciously remembered. The property I'd purchased during the missing days became a point of fixation. Investigators visited it and found nothing unusual. A bare interior, dust pattern suggesting no one had lived there in years. No personal effects, no clues, no sign that I stayed there even a single night. I looked at photos of the place and felt nothing. No sense of familiarity, no spark of memory. My friends have asked what I think happened. I always tell them the same thing. I don't know. If I'd been found injured on that mountain, half frozen, the story would make more sense. But appearing clean and upright in an airport thousands of miles away, still in my ski gear, still carrying the storm on my jacket, that part refuses to fit into anything I can explain. The resort management later sent me the incident reports. I read them one night after a shift, sitting at the kitchen table with only the stove light on, page after page of coordinates, search patterns, timestamps, interviews, weather logs. The last line of the final report listed my disappearance as unresolved, non-local reappearance confirmed. Seeing it framed in official language made something tighten in my chest. I haven't been skiing since. I tell people I just haven't had time. But that isn't the reason. The truth is that I'm afraid not of the snow, or the cold, or the terrain, but of that moment when the storm closed around me and everything dropped into black. I'm afraid of the idea that a person can step off a trail and lose 6 days of their life without any injury, any clear cause, any memory. I'm afraid that whatever pulled me out of that moment could happen again. Sometimes, late at night, I'll catch my reflection in a dark window, and feel my stomach flip because for a heartbeat I don't recognize the man looking back. Not fully, not the parts of him that moved across the country in a blank trance, not the parts that bought a house in a place he'd never been. The search teams eventually closed the case. My family tries not to bring it up unless I do. I've passed every medical evaluation since. I respond to calls. I eat regular meals. I sleep through most nights. Anyone looking at me would see someone who survived an odd, intense ordeal, came home and resumed his life. But the truth is more complicated. I live with the quiet dread of not knowing where I was, who I spoke to, what I did, or why I traveled so far. And when I close my eyes, I sometimes hear that deep vibration again, the one that ran up through the snow and into my bones, just before the world cut to black. I hear it faintly, like it's waiting beneath everything, ready to surface if the conditions line up the same way again. I still remember the morning he drove out, the back of his truck rattling with the metal legs of his tripod and the clatter of gear cases. He was one of the few photographers I knew who preferred winter assignments, the kind that sent him alone into snow-choked bowls and ridgelines where even the elk turned back. I watched the truck fade into a curtain of falling flakes and assumed I'd hear from him after the weekend. Instead, 2 days later, I was the one calling the ranger station, giving them his route plan and the time he should have come home. By the third day, a multi-agency search had already started grid-cutting the slopes he was supposed to be on, and all I could do was stand at the base of the trailheads and stare at the white wilderness that had swallowed him whole. They swept the drainages first, then the tree lines, then the exposed passes where wind scoured the snow down to bare rock. Every night I went home with the same thin hope that he'd walked himself out to a road, frostbitten but alive. Each time the phone rang, I braced for either possibility. What came instead was silence. He had vanished into a place that swallowed sound as easily as it swallowed footprints. And after a week, the incident commander told me that continued searching was unlikely to produce new findings. They meant they were done. I nodded because there was nothing else to do, but my mind never stopped pacing the mountains where he'd taken his last known steps. The months after his disappearance formed their own kind of winter. His family tried to keep things moving. Paperwork, public appeals, the grim logistics that follow a missing person. But I stayed fixed on the idea that he was somewhere out there, maybe injured, maybe disoriented, still trying to get back. When the snow finally melted off the high ridges in summer, I expected someone to find a clue. A dropped glove, a lens cap, a crushed bivy sack. Nothing surfaced, not that year, not the next winter either. I went back to work, though every time I packed my own camera bag I felt the weight of the empty space where his should have been. The call came almost 18 months after he vanished. A pair of hikers had been moving through a remote canyon nobody had marked during the search, far from his planned route, and separated by a maze of gullies that made no sense for any rational detour. They found a backpack wedged into a narrow crease of rock. The hikers described it as if it had been placed there rather than dropped, and the rangers later told me the same thing. His name was stitched on the inside panel. The identifying item they found with it was even more unmistakable. I drove up that night and waited outside the station until one of the officers handed me a photo of the pack. It was mostly intact but light, as if it had been emptied before it was left. The next morning, they began their follow-up search. The canyon was colder than it had any right to be for early fall, a place where sunlight barely reached the ground. I wasn't allowed inside the search perimeter, so I waited on a slab of rock overlooking the entrance and listened to the distant calls of rangers marking positions. Hours passed. When they came out, their faces told me enough to brace myself before anyone spoke. They had found clothing, not all of it, just a few pieces scattered along a dry channel that looked like it only carried water when the mountain thawed. The strange part, they said, was that the clothing wasn't shredded or weather-beaten the way discarded fabric usually gets. Some garments were partly removed, as if taken off in sequence, yet there was no sign of the wearer nearby. The remains were found the following day, but only part of them, bone fragments in a shallow depression, some no larger than a thumb, others broad enough to identify by shape alone. Nothing like the clean breaks you see in falls, or the rough angles left by animal activity. These pieces were separated from the clothing by a few dozen yards. Too far for natural scatter in a place with no predator trails. More unsettling was the absence of nearly everything else. The majority of the body, his boots, his outer layers, his camera equipment. It was as if whatever had happened to him had sorted his belongings in a way the terrain couldn't explain. I remember crouching near the edge of the tape zone, careful not to cross it, looking down at the place where they'd collected the fragments. The air was still. Snowflakes drifted sideways from a cloud that hadn't been there an hour earlier. One of the investigators mentioned that official rulings would take time, but early indicators suggested an accidental death, exposure or injury leading to disorientation and eventual collapse. I nodded, but the canyon around us made the explanation feel hollow. It was too far from his intended path, too sheltered for wind to move items that far, too quiet for the story I was supposed to accept. I looked at the slope leading into the ravine and tried to imagine him climbing down there of his own choice. Nothing about the scene fit. When the FBI joined the review, the conversations grew even more measured. They walked the area, photographed every angle, and left with the same unsettled expressions the rangers had worn. No one said anything outright, but I could tell they were wrestling with the same contradiction. The evidence looked like it had been arranged by forces that left no tracks. They found no rope fibers, no weather patterns strong enough to account for the placement, no sign he'd camped there. Even the soil beneath the clothing looked oddly undisturbed. I kept thinking about how long those items had sat in the canyon, untouched and unseen through rain, snow, melt, and freeze. As weeks passed, I returned to the site with rangers who were willing to let me stand on the overlooks. I traced what should have been his route on the opposite side of the mountain, trying to reconcile his documented plan with where he was found. The distance didn't feel navigable. The ridge lines between the two areas were broken, steep and layered with deadfall from old fires. You couldn't cross them without leaving scars on the terrain, and we found none. I imagined him exhausted, confused, maybe drawn by the sound of running water from spring melt, but the timelines didn't match. The canyon would have been frozen when he went missing. Each time I drove home from those visits, I found myself replaying our last conversation. He had shown me a preliminary set of shots he hoped to recreate in winter light. Stark trees, wide snowfields, tracks of animals moving through untouched drifts. He loved the way silence looked in a picture, how it settled into corners where human presence thinned. The mountains had always given him that silence, but the canyon where they found him felt wrong for his eye. It wasn't a place you wandered into for beauty. It felt like a place you ended up in because something else pushed you there. I tried to keep my thoughts grounded. Rangers reminded me that people in distress move unpredictably, that hypothermia can make them shed layers, that disorientation can bend distance into irrational shapes. I accepted those possibilities because I needed something rational to hang on to. But every time I pictured the backpack wedged in that narrow crease upright, almost neat, I felt the same quiet resistance rise inside me. He wasn't careless with his gear. He wouldn't have left it arranged like that unless he'd set it down with intention. And if he'd done that, why hadn't he stayed near it? Why were the remains so far from the clothing? Why were only some parts there at all? His family asked me if I believed the official ruling. I told them I understood why investigators reached it. I didn't say that the canyon still wakes me at night, its shadows pooling behind my eyelids. I didn't say that sometimes I dream of following his footprints through snow that never holds a shape, into a place where the trees lean inward as if listening. In the dreams, his backpack is always waiting for me, propped against the rock the same way the hikers found it. And when I reach for it, the air shifts in a way that makes no sound. The park closed the area for a while during the final stages of the investigation. When it reopened, I went back one last time. I hiked down to the mouth of the canyon as far as the public boundary allowed. The ground there was cold even under full sunlight, the kind of chill that sits just beneath the surface. I stood listening to the wind as it moved through the branches above, but down in the ravine the air didn't move at all. It felt suspended, like the moment before a shutter snaps. I tried to picture him walking into that space, camera slung over his shoulder, the white landscape folding around him. I tried to imagine the moment that pulled him off course. I never found anything new on those visits. The land kept its angles and its silence. Eventually winter came again, burying the canyon under layers of snow that looked as untouched as the day he'd left. I thought about how easily a person could vanish in a place like that, how a single wrong turn could erase every intention they had. But the farther I stepped back, the more I sensed that erasure wasn't the whole story. Something had happened in that quiet crease of rock, something that left fragments where there should have been a body, clothing where there should have been a trail, and a backpack set down as if someone expected to return for it. I still keep one of his prints on my wall, a snowfield framed by bare aspens. Sometimes when I look at it, I imagine the silence pressing out from the edges of the photo, reaching toward the room. I imagine him standing behind the lens, waiting for the right light, and then I imagine the canyon, waiting with the same patience, holding on to whatever happened there, offering nothing back except the unease that lingers every time I close my eyes and see the backpack upright in the shade, as if he had only stepped away for a moment. I reached Gallows Peak in early June of 2018, believing the quiet would steady me. I had taken this route dozens of times, always alone, always with a small journal tucked into the top flap of my pack. Writing kept me honest about where I was and what I felt. That first morning, the air sat heavy and bright, and the trail looked the same as it always had. But I remember an odd sensation as I stepped off the service road and into the tree line. It felt as if someone had been waiting for me just out of sight, not with urgency but with patience. I made steady progress up the switchbacks and reached the first campsite by late afternoon. The clearing was smaller than I remembered, narrow, ringed by timber that blocked most of the sky. I set the pack down and walked the short perimeter, looking for a better place for the tent, and that's when I saw the stones. They were laid out in a perfect circle in a patch of flattened needles. Not scattered, not shaped by runoff or wind. Each piece was fist-sized, clean of moss, placed with a precision that didn't match the disorder around them. I remember kneeling beside them and thinking they felt deliberate in the same quiet way as a closed door that you don't recall shutting. I wrote about them in my journal before turning in. I tried to describe the accuracy of the arrangement, the way the circle looked like it had been waiting for something to occupy its center. I didn't step inside. I didn't even reach in to move a stone. The temperature dropped fast that night and I slept in bursts, waking to the dull thrum of wind moving through high branches. At one point, I heard what could have been a person walking the slope above the clearing. But each time I sat up, the sound flattened into the usual night noise. I eventually chalked it up to nerves and drifted back to sleep near dawn. By the second day, the weather had turned sharp and thin, sunlight drifting through fast-moving cloud. I hiked toward the ridge that leads up to the narrower saddle beneath Gallows Peak. The trail there breaks into open stone, and each footfall rings against the rock. I remember the clarity of it, the way my breathing echoed against my hood. That afternoon I stopped for water on a ledge and scanned the south rim out of habit, and that's when I saw. He stood on a higher outcrop across the small valley, too far for me to make out details. Not a hiker, he had no pack, no poles, and he held himself too still. Even from that distance, I had the sense he wasn't looking at the landscape but directly at me. I watched for movement in his arms, a shift of weight, any sign he was just another person pausing mid-climb. Nothing changed. I remember lowering my bottle and feeling the same quiet precision I'd sensed in the stone circle. I wrote a few lines about it that evening, trying to stay factual, in case I later decided I had imagined the whole thing. But the way he held still stayed with me as the sun dropped. I camped higher that night near a rocky shelf. The clouds churned above the ridge and the temperature fell again. My pack sat propped against a tree at the edge of the clearing, just close enough that I could reach it if I needed anything. I kept the journal out beside me and forced myself to document the unease before it slipped into something vague. I described the figure on the ridge, the stillness, the sense that he had been standing there long before I looked up. I didn't write for long. The dark came quickly. The trees groaned under the wind. and I zipped the tent and tried to steady my breathing. Sometime past midnight, I felt a shift in the ground, a faint transfer of weight through the soil as if someone had stepped near the tent. Not close enough to touch fabric, but close enough that the disturbance reached me. I waited for the second step, but none came. My hand hovered near the zipper, the small beam of my flashlight ready. I didn't use it. I lay there until the cold seeped through the floor, counting my breaths but losing track of the number when the wind surged again. Morning came gray and brittle. My pack was still against the tree, upright, buckles closed. The tent flap was undisturbed. I told myself the pressure I had felt was no more than the wind shifting the roots beneath me. Still, I moved carefully as I packed up. I checked the journal, tucked it back into the top pocket, and followed the trail upward until the ground widened into a plateau of broken stone. That's where I found the boot. It sat on a narrow projection that jutted into the open air, placed so squarely that it didn't tilt or wobble. My first thought was that someone had dropped it and tried to set it where it could be seen from below, but the laces were tied neatly, and the tread was clean. There were no scraps of clothing, no tracks leading to or from it. It looked like a marker, something arranged to be found. I didn't touch it. I didn't even step close. I knew how easy it would be to misplace my footing on that kind of ledge. I stood there longer than I should have, feeling the wind cut across the saddle. It carried none of the usual alpine scent, no resin or earth, just a cold that felt stripped of anything living. I remember turning in a slow circle to scan the surrounding stone, half expecting to see the still figure from the previous day, watching from another ridge. Nothing moved, but the absence felt shaped, like a hollow carved with intention. I made the decision to head back down that afternoon. The weather tightened, and cloud gathered along the upper ridge. I moved quickly, listening for the dry scrape of rock behind me, but the only sound was my own footfalls ringing off the slope. The forest swallowed the wind as I descended, and the air thickened again. I reached the lower campsite by dusk, but the clearing felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. The trees seemed pulled inward, as if the night had condensed around the place where the stone circle lay. I didn't pitch the tent. I kept moving. I am not sure when I realized the journal was missing. I didn't notice at the campsite, and I didn't think to check as I pushed through the narrowing trail. When I reached the trailhead, my hands were shaking in a way that felt detached from the cold. My pack was lighter than it should have been. The top flap was buckled, but the contents shifted strangely, as though something had been removed without disturbing the rest. I told myself it was my own oversight. I wanted to believe it. When I didn't return on schedule, the search teams began looking. They later told my family that they had found my main pack standing upright against a tree, exactly as I had left it, the wallet and cash inside. They found the circular arrangement of stones at the first campsite and photographed it from several angles. They documented the single boot on the rocky projection and noted the absence of any tracks that might explain how it had gotten there. They read the final entry in my journal, the one about the motionless figure on the ridge. The official closure came quickly. Weather, terrain, possible injury somewhere higher on Gallows Peak. The usual explanations fit neatly on the paperwork, but the staged objects didn't fit. The boot on the ledge didn't fit. The stone circle didn't fit. Someone described the pattern as anomalous, and that word lingered in the reports even as the conclusion pointed toward ordinary causes. I've gone over those days in June more times than I can count. I can still see the figure standing across the ridge, watchful and silent. I can still feel the ground shift outside the tent that second night. None of it resolves into a clean narrative, and maybe that's the part that keeps me from letting it go. The search ended, the paperwork closed the case, but the objects they found felt arranged, not abandoned. They felt like signals left just beyond understanding. Sometimes when I think of the pack standing untouched against the tree, I picture the still figure on the ridge. I imagine him stepping down from that height with the same patience with which he watched me, moving through the dark without leaving prints, placing each object where it would be found days later. I know that's only a thought, an unfinished shape in the mind, but I can't dismiss it. Not when the arrangement of stones was perfect, not when the boot sat square on that ledge. not when the journal vanished without a trace. The mountain has its own quiet, its own way of holding what happens on its slopes. Some things stay buried under time and weather, others sit in plain view without giving anything away. When I think back to Gallows Peak, I don't picture the trail or the campsites, or even the moment I saw the figure. I picture the space around those moments, the shaped absences, the deliberate stillness. That's what stays with me. That's what I can't explain. I first heard the report on a gray morning when the lodge windows were still fogged from the night chill. An experienced solo backpacker was overdue in Whispering Canyon, and the dispatch tone carried that edge we all recognize. The one that says this isn't just a late return or a dead phone battery. I pulled on my pack before the coffee finished dripping, stepped out into the cold pine air, and started the drive toward the trailhead. The mountains were quiet in that early hour, the sky colorless, as if already bracing for what we'd find. I didn't know then how quickly the simple fact of a missing hiker would unravel into something I still can't explain. The search began by confirming the basics. She'd set out May 3, planned 2 nights, and hadn't returned by the morning of May 5. She was known among rangers, not personally but by reputation. Careful, prepared, the type who logged her routes and kept to them. That alone made her absence dangerous. People like her don't wander off the map unless something intervenes. At the trailhead, her car sat under a film of dust, locked, undisturbed. The air had that hollow stillness Whispering Canyon is known for, the way the walls mute birdsong until even small sounds feel amplified. I followed the faint breeze pushing down from the pass and felt a prickle in my arms I couldn't justify. We started up her intended route. Within the first hour, one of the volunteers flagged me down. He held his phone out with a look that told me he expected me to be just as unsettled as he was. Someone had surfaced a photograph of her online, time-stamped the afternoon before she vanished. It wasn't part of our official feed. It had come from a friend she'd texted. In the image, she stood on a ridge I know well. Uneven talus, a strip of cloud shadow cutting across the basin behind her. Her expression stopped me. She was smiling in the posed way people do. But something sat wrong in her eyes, like she was looking past the camera instead of at it, and behind her, near a boulder, was a darker shape. Not a person, at least not one standing out in the open, more like a figure partly obscured by the rock, too tall to match any bush, too narrow for a shadow cast by the landscape. The friend had thought nothing of it initially. Seeing it there on the screen, I felt the air thin around me. I didn't tell the team anything beyond asking them to keep alert for anyone else who might have been on the ridge at that time. But as we pressed forward, the familiar path seemed different. The forest quieted down earlier than usual, as if the birds had chosen a safer route overhead. We crested the ridge by early afternoon. From there, the terrain turns rough, sharp drops, unstable ground, a maze of narrow cuts leading toward the canyon watershed. It's also where mapped routes become suggestions more than guarantees. Even the most experienced hikers avoid the unmapped pockets east of Whispering Canyon. I couldn't imagine her deliberately heading in that direction. We found her camp just past a break in the pines where the ground sloped into a shallow bowl of rock and scrub. The tent stood open, the flap fluttering. Her pack was on its side, the contents half spilled, cookware, water filter, but no sign of a struggle. It looked like she'd stepped out for something and never returned. A ranger friend of mine, Corwin, crouched beside the gear, scanning the soil. No prints led away from the campsite, none we could trust. Anyway, the wind scoured this area even in calm weather. The place struck me as wrong for a solo overnight stop. Too exposed, too close to terrain. The map's mark as unstable. I kept looking toward the tree line, sensing movement that wasn't there. Inside the tent, we found her notebook jammed under the sleeping bag. A few pages held typical trail notes, distances, weather sketches, a bird she'd spotted near the ridge. But the final line, scribbled across half a page, stalled me. Not alone out here, keeps pace with me, maybe wants company. The handwriting had shifted, letters slanted as if written in haste. The words didn't specify anything beyond presence. It wasn't accusatory or panicked. but it carried the same undertone as that photograph, someone trying to maintain calm while the ground under them began to tilt. We packed the notebook carefully and flagged the area for the investigative team. By late day, the clouds were thickening, and the canyon wind carried a low whistling through the stone corridors. It doesn't take much to set those echoes off, but that evening the sound carried something else. As we moved deeper along the drainage, Corwin stopped, his head tilted toward the narrow cut ahead. At first I heard nothing, then a thread of sound drifted through, faint high like a voice calling from far down a long pipe. Not a word I could make out, just a tone that rose and fell with the wind. The volunteers around us went still. We all listened. The sound came again, thinner this time. It wasn't the way canyon echoes behave. Those bounce, scatter, break apart. This traveled with too much intention. We pushed on. The canyon narrowed until the walls hovered close enough for my pack to brush both sides. The sky shrank to a strip of steel above us. The air smelled of cold stone and damp moss. Each step rang farther than it should. The voice drifted again, now seeming nearer, as if someone whispered from just around the next bend. When we reached that bend, there was nothing but more rock, the walls leaning inward like a throat tightening. We searched for hours, until the light drained and our headlamps made the rock look slick and metallic. I tried calling her name, but my voice felt swallowed before it left my mouth. That night, we camped on a flat outcrop above the canyon mouth. The team settled into routine tasks, checking equipment, boiling water, staking tents against the wind. I sat apart, reviewing the sequence in my notes, the missed return date, the ridge photo, the abandoned camp in unmapped ground, the notebook warning. Nothing connected cleanly, at least not in any way I could prove. As darkness pooled in the canyon below, the same thin voice drifted upward. It came in irregular intervals, softer than before, sometimes layered as if more than one source echoed off the stone. Corwin thought it was the wind interacting with some natural cavity. I wanted to believe him, but the sound held a cadence, a breath break, a human rhythm threaded through the noise. By morning, the weather shifted. Low clouds pressed into the mountain tops, flattening the light into a dull silver. We split into two teams and moved deeper along separate tributaries. My route cut through dense firs where the ground dipped without warning. The further I went, the less bird activity I heard. Even the insects seemed sparse. A few times I thought I saw movement on the periphery, shadows slipping between trunks, always vanishing when I turned. It wasn't unusual in this forest. The place is dense with tricks of light, but given the notebook entry and the photograph, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else traveled the woods with us. Around midday, we found a scrap of fabric snagged on a branch. It matched the color of her outer shell jacket. No blood, no tearing, just a strip caught as if she'd brushed past it while hurrying downhill. The direction didn't fit her planned route. It angled toward a series of chutes notorious for unstable ground. The kind of place you stumble only if you're trying to get away from something, or if you're no longer thinking clearly. I radioed the other team and we converged. The canyon beneath those chutes is narrow, a cleft barely wide enough for two people to walk abreast. It's where the wind gets its name, the whispering trick that makes sound behave in odd ways. As we descended, the temperature dropped fast. My breath came out in long streams that drifted sideways. Then from deep within the cleft came that voice again, louder now. Not a shout, more like someone speaking very quietly right beside me, though the space was empty. The others heard it too. One volunteer froze, gripping the wall. The voice didn't resolve into words. It stretched, thinned, warped by the canyon like fabric pulled too tight. But underneath the distortion, I sensed a kind of rhythm, an inhale, a pause, a soft exhale, human patterns delivered through inhuman acoustics. We reached the canyon floor by late afternoon. No tracks, no gear, no sign of her. The only thing out of place was a small cairn of stones near a narrow gap in the wall. It wasn't part of any route marker. The stones were smooth, stacked with careful intention. Someone had placed them recently. They held the warmth of the day despite the cooling air. The formation pointed toward the gap, a slit just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The space beyond was dark, uninviting, and led into unmapped ground even more treacherous than the bowl where we found her camp. I crouched by the cairn, running a finger along the top stone. A faint scrape marked its surface, as though something had clawed or dragged across it. Not sharp enough to suggest an animal, more like a rough tool, or a hand with soil-roughened nails. When I leaned close, the air from the gap carried a smell I couldn't name. Not decay, not vegetation, just a cold mineral scent that made me recoil before I understood why. Behind me, the canyon wind shifted, channeling a breath-thin whisper around the stones. It rose in pitch, held there, then drifted off into silence. We didn't go through the gap. It would have been reckless in that light, and with no clear sign she'd entered it. We marked the area and filed a report for a specialized search unit. By sundown, we climbed out of the canyon, the wind trailing behind us like something reluctant to release our presence. At the ridge, the light faded into a flat wash of gray, and the forest held its breath. We kept our radio chatter brief on the hike back, each of us listening for that voice one last time. It came only once, far behind us, almost too faint to register, a single drifting note, neither greeting nor warning, just existing in the air until it thinned away. Days passed. The specialized team explored the gap and the surrounding cavities. Nothing. No evidence she passed through. No clothing. No footprints, no remains. The photograph, the notebook, the camp, they remain the only tangible pieces we have. Every so often, hikers report odd echoes in that canyon, usually dismissed as wind tricks. But when I retrace the case reports, when I look again at that photograph and the shape behind her, when I reread the last line she wrote, I feel that same thin prickle in my arms. I still patrol the region, I still pass the trailhead where her car sat untouched. On certain evenings when the air is cooling fast and the last light brushes the canyon walls, I stop and listen. The woods hold their silence a moment too long, as if waiting for a signal I can't hear. And sometimes, just before the wind begins its usual rush, I catch a faint note drifting between the trees. It's never clear, never long, just enough to raise the memory of that canyon cleft and the stones stacked like a quiet invitation. I tell myself it's only the wind, playing its old tricks, but the sound lingers in my thoughts long after I move on, long after the trail disappears behind me, long after the woods return to their ordinary voice. I walk out of the forest with the sense that someone is matching my pace, just beyond the edge of sight, accompanying me until the trail line breaks and the sky opens into a wider, safer light. I arrived at Tenaya Lake just after sunrise on the first day, the air thin and sharp enough to sting my nose. I'd worked these mountains for years, but that morning carried a quiet I didn't recognize. It wasn't the usual alpine stillness. It felt stretched, as if the tree line were holding its breath. I stepped out of the truck and scanned the lake's surface. No chop, no breeze, no bird song, just a glassy sheet of water that reflected the sky too perfectly. I told myself it was an ordinary calm spell as I started the routine patrol that would by the end of 3 days become something I still struggle to put into words. The call came a few hours later from dispatch. A couple camping near the North Rim had reported hearing someone calling for help during the night. They insisted the voice didn't sound right. Dispatch phrased it carefully, but I could hear the strain behind the words. I drove out toward their site, following the narrow dirt road until the canopy closed over it and shadowed everything beneath. When I reached their clearing, they were waiting near their tent, holding hands tight enough that their knuckles had gone white. They told me the voice had sounded close, too close to be echo from across the water, and yet they hadn't seen anyone. No crunch of underbrush, no flashlight, no movement, just a voice drifting between the pines asking for help, repeating the same phrase in the same exact tone every time. They couldn't describe it beyond that. One of them kept rubbing his arms as if his skin remembered something he couldn't articulate. I walked the area around their tent and found nothing disturbed. No tracks, no trampled brush, nothing. The soil was soft enough that anything heavier than a bobcat would have left a mark, but the ground was clean. By mid-morning, the couple left the site, still shaken. I stayed behind a while, listening. The wind moved through the branches, but there was no trace of what they'd heard. I wrote it off as campfire jitters and moved on to the next point on my route. By afternoon, another report came in, this time from a boyfriend whose partner had gone missing from a separate campsite on the opposite side of the lake. She'd stepped away briefly, taking only a small day pack. He'd expected her back before dusk, but when she didn't show and he found her essentials, water, map, headlamp still in their tent, he panicked. I reached his location as clouds began rolling over the ridge, flattening the light and giving the forest a leaden hue. He stood by the fire pit, shifting his weight from foot to foot, glancing into the trees every few seconds as though expecting her to emerge. I asked the standard questions, watching his face for anything that didn't add up. He was exhausted but coherent. He kept insisting something had lured her away. Not someone, something. I filed it under stress and fear, the twin engines of bad intuition, and radioed for a search team. We combed the immediate area until dark, calling her name, listening for movement, scanning the ground for prints. But the forest gave us nothing. The night thickened and we pulled back to regroup at dawn. I barely slept. Around midnight, while lying in my bunk at the ranger station, I heard something shift the air outside. Not footsteps, not the usual nocturnal chatter, just a low sustained sound that sat right on the boundary of a person's voice and the wind. It rose and faded, then rose again in the same steady cadence. When I stepped outside with a flashlight, the sound cut off so abruptly it left my ears ringing. I swept the beam across the gravel lot and tree line. Nothing moved. Nothing looked disturbed. When I clicked the light off, the night returned to its normal rhythm, as if it had played a trick on itself and decided to pretend otherwise. The second morning of the search began under a sky that couldn't decide on weather. The sun pushed through in thin patches, then hid behind sliding banks of gray. The team assembled at the lake's trailhead, and a handler brought one of the search and rescue dogs, a seasoned German shepherd named Rowan. I'd worked with Rowan before. He was precise, stable, and unflappable. When the handler presented the subject's clothing for scent, Rowan took it calmly, then lifted his head and scanned the air. We started up the slope, spacing ourselves between the boulders and fallen logs. Rowan led, nose low, tail straight out. I kept my eyes on the ground, scanning for prints. For miles, the forest floor was pristine. Every time I thought I saw some hint of a trail, it dissolved into pine needles and loose soil. The forest swallowed the kind of evidence that should have been there. Near midday, Rowan stopped. He didn't bark, he didn't pull, he just froze, staring between two cedars ahead. The handler murmured to him, but Rowan planted his feet. I stepped closer, expecting to see a path or a snagged piece of fabric, but between the cedars the ground was bare, except for a cluster of small circular impressions. Shallow, perfectly spaced, about the size of river stones, they formed no trail, just a loose grouping in a patch of soft earth, as if something had rested there briefly. There were no approach tracks, no exit tracks, nothing to suggest how anything human or otherwise had made them. We recorded the location and moved on, but Rowan's behavior changed. He kept glancing over his shoulder, ears twitching. Once he gave a soft, uncertain whine. I'd never heard that from him before. By late afternoon, a thin rain started to fall. It threaded through the branches and collected on the back of my neck. The team spread wider as visibility dropped. I kept hearing faint noises in the trees. Not voices exactly, just the ghost of something that could have been speech if it had leaned a little closer to language. Each time I stopped to listen, the sound faded, leaving the forest fragile and still. At one point, I thought I saw movement behind a granite outcrop, but when I circled around, the space was empty. A trick of shadow, a patch of darker bark. My mind insisted on normal explanations, but my body felt unconvinced. Night approached sooner than expected under the low clouds. We returned to base to regroup. The boyfriend joined us, pale and exhausted. He kept saying he didn't understand how she could have wandered so far without gear. I didn't have an answer that would ease him. Neither did anyone else. That night, the auditory reports multiplied. A group of campers on the southern trail claimed they'd heard a voice drifting near their tents, a single repeating call for help. One said it sounded almost rehearsed. Another said it had circled their camp without footsteps. We checked the perimeter and found it undisturbed. The campers left in a hurry at dawn. By the third morning, the air had turned brittle and cold. Frost dusted the rocks near the shoreline. The lake had darkened, reflecting the heavy sky like a bruise. We expanded the search zone and split into pairs. I took the east ridge with Rowan's handler and the dog. As we climbed, the forest grew dense enough to press in on both sides of the trail. The wind moved unevenly, sliding between the branches as if it didn't quite know how to be wind anymore. Around mid-morning, Rowan stopped again. This time he did bark a single sharp sound that echoed off the ridge. He lunged forward and then halted so abruptly, the handler nearly stumbled. When I caught up, I saw her standing a few yards downslope, clothes torn in places from underbrush but otherwise uninjured. She was staring at Rowan as though she didn't recognize what she was seeing. When she looked at me, her eyes didn't sharpen right away. She seemed to be listening to something past my shoulder, something I couldn't hear. I guided her toward the trail slowly, checking for injuries. She was responsive but distant, as if part of her attention was still anchored somewhere in the trees. When we reached the clearing, she finally spoke in short, halting phrases. Something had kept her from leaving. Not a person, not an animal. Shapes that stayed just beyond her direct line of sight. She kept saying they moved with the shadows. When she tried to walk back toward camp, they closed in until she stopped. She didn't describe them further. She didn't need to. Her voice carried enough weight that I didn't push for details. She had no memory of traveling far from her original campsite. She thought she'd only been gone a few hours. When we told her it had been several days, she looked toward the trail line and went quiet. Back at the station, medical staff examined her. She was dehydrated but physically intact. No bruises, no cuts beyond the ones from branches. Her vitals stabilized quickly, but she kept flinching at small sounds, footsteps in the hall, the hum of the generator, even the rustle of paperwork. When the search lead asked her gently what had held her, she repeated that she hadn't been allowed to leave. The way she said it, calm, factual, certain, sat heavy in the room. No one contradicted her. Later that afternoon, we returned to the area where she'd been found. The circular impressions were still there, untouched by the light rain from the previous day. They looked almost deliberate in their spacing, but not like any track pattern I'd ever seen from wildlife or machinery. We flagged and photographed them, but beyond that, we had nothing to work with. No trail leading away, no hint of how she reached that slope. The boyfriend sat with her on the station porch. She wouldn't step off the wooden boards. She kept watching the tray line, eyes fixed on the shadows between the trunks. Once, when the wind changed, she pulled her knees tight and whispered something under her breath. Her boyfriend tried to reassure her, but she barely reacted. When I approached, she glanced at me briefly, then looked back at the woods, as if waiting for something to emerge. At sunset, light spilled across the lake in stripes of muted orange. The clouds parted enough to show the ridgelines. The air temperature dropped sharply, and the forest resumed its usual nocturnal rustling. I walked to the water's edge to clear my head, but even there the quiet pressed down. A faint call drifted across the surface, no louder than a trickle of air, but it was enough to raise the hair on my arms. It repeated, steady and soft, a phrase shaped like a plea but hollow inside, as if mimicking the form of speech rather than producing real words. I turned toward the source, but the lake was empty, the tree line still, the shoreline unbroken. By full dark, the sound had faded. When I rejoined the others, the subject had fallen asleep on the porch bench, curled against a blanket. Her breathing was steady, but her brow remained furrowed, as if even in sleep she was bracing for something to return. The final report noted no physical evidence of abduction, no signs of struggle, no injuries, no explanation for the impressions on the ground. The auditory accounts from campers were logged but left unverified. The official stance remained cautious and vague. The subject had become disoriented, wandered, and been found alive. But among those of us who participated in the search, no one seemed confident in that conclusion. I returned to the ridge the next week, hiking the trail at midday under clear sky. The impressions had faded with the weather. The forest looked normal again, sunlight shifting through branches, birdsong echoing off the rocks, but the quiet beneath it that stretched, listening quiet, hadn't changed. I stood at the spot where Rowan had frozen, and tried to imagine what the subject had seen, or thought she'd seen, in the underbrush. I tried to imagine waiting there, hearing something move just out of view, circling the edge of awareness. The wind brushed past me, carrying small sounds through the needles. For a moment, the air shaped itself into a pattern that reminded me of the voice from the lake, just enough to make me step back, just enough to make me scan the shadows. The case will stay open. It has to. There's too much we can't account for and too little we can prove. But sometimes, when the mountain goes quiet in a way that feels rehearsed, I think about the couple's report. The circular impressions, the way Rowan stared into the dark, the faint call drifting across the lake. I tell myself the forest is full of ordinary sounds that lean toward the uncanny when the conditions line up just right. I tell myself the subject's experience was shaped by exhaustion, fear, and time distortion. Sometimes I almost believe that. But on certain nights when the wind moves in a steady repeating rhythm, I hear something threaded through it, a thin, distant call that rises and falls with unnatural precision. I was on duty along the mist trail the morning. The hiker signed out. Clear skies, cool air, the kind of day regulars look forward to. She wrote her name in the log with a steady hand, marked her intended route toward Vernal Falls, and noted she'd be back by late afternoon. I watched her walk into the tree line with the easy rhythm of someone who understood this terrain better than most. Nothing about her departure felt unusual. If anything, she moved with the quiet confidence I wished more visitors had. I went about my rounds, checking runoff levels near the stone steps and logging trail conditions. Midday, the light sharpened against wet granite, and the roar of the falls carried farther than usual. I remember pausing by the footbridge and looking up the trail, wondering how many people would reach the overlook before the crowds thickened. Her name didn't cross my mind again until evening, when her parents radioed in to report that she hadn't returned. That moment hit with a sudden heavy clarity, like a branch snapping in still air. By then, the trail was losing light fast. I retraced her planned route with my beam hitting damp rock, the mist drifting in low sheets that made everything feel closer than it was. She should have been easy to spot. Experienced hikers don't wander far from a route this established, but the switchbacks, the overlooks, the narrow granite ledges, every place she should have appeared stayed empty. Nothing but runoff, scattered footprints that belonged to tourists, and the low thrum of water in the gorge. At first light, the search expanded. Helicopters swept the canyon, their blades pushing the mist outward in slow, pulsing waves. Ground teams moved in overlapping lanes, while I worked with the canine unit. The dog pulled us steadily uphill, tail stiff, nose low. I followed its path through a corridor of slick boulders and brush, the air growing cooler and more humid, the closer we got to the falls. It felt like walking into a pocket of another day entirely. The dog veered left near a rock formation, a cluster of pale granite slabs that looked almost carved by hand. Then it stopped. Just stopped. Not the confused stop of losing a scent, but the anchored stillness of finding something. Her bag lay beside the formation, placed neatly on a flat patch of stone. No signs of a fall. No torn straps. No scuffs that suggested a struggle. Just a deliberate-looking arrangement in a place she had no clear reason to reach. I crouched beside it, brushing away beads of moisture gathering on the fabric. Her essential items were missing. Navigation tools, communication gear, everything else intact. I tried to picture her setting it down. The angle of the placement made sense only if she'd been facing the slabs, as though something there held her attention. But there were no marks on the rock, no footprints preserved in the damp soil. Nothing to show where she'd gone next. The dog circled once, twice, then let out a low, uncertain sound. It wasn't a bark, more like a question. The scent ended there. No trail leading onward, no indication she'd moved toward the river or back down the switchbacks. Just an abrupt end, as if she'd stepped out of the space between one heartbeat and the next. For days we worked outward from that formation, widening the grid, checking drainage channels and overhangs. I scanned the same ridges until I could draw their silhouettes from memory. Air crews flew patterns so tight they sounded like they were carving circles into the sky. Not a scrap of fabric, not a dropped item, nothing that aged in the weather, just a bag that didn't belong where it was, and a silence that deepened with every hour. By the fourth day, the mist near Vernal Falls seemed thicker than the weather reports justified. It clung to the rocks in places where sunlight should have burned it off. I remember standing alone on the overlook during an early sweep, listening to the falls thundering below. The search teams were spaced far enough apart that no voices reached me. For a moment, the entire canyon felt hollowed out, as if sound itself had shifted away from where I stood. I told myself it was exhaustion, nothing more. But the thought didn't settle. When the official search ended, the logs closed with nothing but the objective facts. A planned hike, a missed return time, a report filed by her parents, a bag found near a rock formation, and an absence that resisted every attempt at explanation. Cases don't usually go cold this fast on a well-traveled trail, not with weather this clear and terrain this mapped. I've worked missing hiker calls where evidence appeared days later, tucked under brush or snagged along a riverbank, but this one never shifted. It just held its shape, the way a shadow holds its place when the sun stops moving. Sometimes I walk past the spot where we found the bag. The stone is ordinary in daylight, pale and unremarkable, but on certain mornings when the mist rises early and the sound of the falls carries just right, I find myself stopping without meaning to. I picture her taking those last steps, moving with the same confidence I saw in her that morning. I try to imagine what could make someone set down everything essential and keep going without leaving a trace. The canyon never answers. It never even echoes. All we recovered was the bag. All we lost was her. And the trail between those 2 points remains empty. No matter how many times I walk it, I was already on edge when my uncle's number lit up my screen that night. The sun had dropped behind the trees, and the Baldwin River Valley was slipping into that deep blue hush that makes every sound feel too close. I remember brushing pine needles off my sleeves as I walked the trail, trying to get a signal, trying to steady my breathing. The air smelled like damp bark and cold water. I told myself I wasn't lost, that I'd only stepped off the main path for a minute, but when I finally got through to him, the words came out wrong. I told him something was happening out here, that someone was following me, maybe more than one someone, and I couldn't figure out why. I could hear my own voice shaking, and I hated that he could hear it too. He asked where I was, and I tried to explain, but the landmarks blurred together in the low light. I remember seeing the river flash between the trees like a strip of steel. I kept turning around because I thought I heard branches shifting behind me. Not snapping, just shifting, like weight moving slow. My uncle's voice kept cutting in and out, and every time the line fuzzed, I felt the woods close in a little more. I told him I'd stay put until he got here. I meant it. At least I think I did. My legs wouldn't stay still. Every few seconds, I caught the sense of someone standing just out of view, breathing in quiet, patient drags. I kept scanning the slope above me, checking for silhouettes, but the trees leaned at odd angles, throwing shadows that moved even when the air didn't. I tried to tell myself it was the wind pushing the branches, but the wind had died. The whole valley felt like it was holding its breath. I tried calling again. First my uncle, then my sister. The signal kept dropping, but when it worked, I heard the strain in their voices. They wanted me to get back to the main trail, to find something solid, an opening, a sign, anything recognizable. I told them I was trying. I told them I felt like someone was pacing me in the trees. I remember saying that word pacing because it didn't make sense, and yet it was the only thing that fit. I could feel steps I couldn't hear. I walked fast, then stopped, then walked again. The forest floor dipped toward the river, and the ground grew soft under my shoes. I could hear water moving over stone. I tried to send them my location, but the phone froze twice, then jumped to a blank screen before reconnecting. When it finally worked, I got half a message out. I started to say I could see lights between the trees, 2, maybe 3, but the words tangled as the signal hiccuped. I wasn't sure if they were lights at all. They were too low to be flashlights and too steady to be reflections. The moment I tried to describe them, the call fractured into static and dropped mid-sentence. I stood there with the phone against my ear, listening to nothing. I waited for it to ring again. It didn't. I don't know how long I stayed by the river. The temperature slipped, enough that my breath turned faint in the air. The trees felt heavier, as if they were leaning in. I kept glancing toward the slope, half expecting someone to step out. No one did, but each time I looked away, I felt that same slow shift of weight above me, like someone adjusting their footing on soft soil. When I finally moved, I wasn't thinking clearly. I followed the river downstream because it felt like the only direction that made sense. The trail must have been close. I kept telling myself that. I pictured the parking turnout, the gravel shoulder, the faint glow of the road beyond it. I told myself my family was already on the way, that they'd called for help, that the police would check the access paths first. I repeated those thoughts like steps, one after another, trying to drown out the sense that I was drifting deeper into the valley and not out of it. The dark settled fast. Every sound sharpened the roll of water, the scrape of branches, the distant thump of something shifting in the undergrowth. My pulse beat hard in my fingertips. I stopped twice to listen. Both times I heard something matching my pause. Not a full stop, more like hesitation. I tried to see movement, but the trees blended into one wall of black trunks. Somewhere behind me, a stone clicked against another, soft, deliberate. I felt the hair rise along my arms. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I just kept walking, placing my feet where the soil looked firm, letting the river guide me. The moon didn't break through the canopy, but the water held a faint sheen that was enough to follow. At some point the noise behind me faded, or maybe it shifted farther upslope. The silence that replaced it didn't comfort me. It felt organized, like the woods had decided to listen. Near a bend in the river, I thought I saw the shape of a clearing through the trees, a slight lifting of the dark. I moved toward it, hoping for open ground, but the brush thickened and branches snagged my jacket. I pushed through anyway. The clearing wasn't a clearing at all, just a hollow where the trees bowed back a little and the sky blinked through. I stood in the middle, breathing hard, realizing I'd stopped understanding how far I'd gone. That was when I heard the soft crush of leaves behind me. Not close, not far, just enough distance to make it worse. I raised my phone again. The screen flickered, then steadied. One bar of service. I didn't know who to call first. I tried my uncle again, but the call wouldn't go through. I tried my sister. The line connected for a second, long enough for me to hear a voice calling my name, thin and urgent before the connection snapped. I tried to answer. I don't know if they heard anything at all. I stepped back toward the river, thinking I could retrace my way upstream, but the path I'd taken was already swallowed by the dark. I turned slowly, waiting for my eyes to adjust. That's when I thought I saw movement between the trees. Low, steady, like someone shifting from one foot to the other. My chest tightened. I lifted the phone again to use the screen's glow, and the light caught on something pale between the branches. Too still to be a face, and too high to be a rock. I blinked, and it vanished. The air felt wrong then, not colder, emptier. I took a step back and felt the riverbank give slightly under my heel. The phone vibrated in my hand, sudden and sharp, but the screen only showed a half-loaded notification before freezing again. I tried to breathe quietly. I listened for the steps I'd heard before. Nothing came. Nothing moved. But the woods didn't feel empty. I turned toward the river, planning to follow its edge no matter how long it took. I lifted my foot, ready to move, when something shifted in the brush behind me. A small, controlled sound like someone deciding exactly when to follow. I didn't turn. I didn't speak. I just stepped forward toward the faint gleam of water, hoping the signal would catch again, hoping I could get one more call out before the dark closed around me. I reached the east side of the Sierra with that faint pressure behind my eyes. I always get before a long trip, like my thoughts are trying to reorganize themselves before the mountains do it for me. I had 2 weeks carved out, a loose plan to move through a chain of trailheads with a couple of friends, and a truck that had never given me any real trouble. I wrote the first notes in my log during a quiet morning at the campground, the paper already rough from the cold. A line in the margin reminded me why I keep the notebook in the first place. The air smelled like dust and frost. We moved early, climbing switchbacks toward a basin where the light seemed to get caught in the granite. The altitude sharpened everything. Edges of rock, scrape of our crampons, the rasp as we crossed a long patch of hardened snow. The day settled into its rhythm. I kept distance between myself and the others so I could hear the slow crush of the snowfield under my steps. I marked the moment we reached the ridge, where a narrow snow bridge spanned a shallow gully, the feature I'd later underline in the notebook because it felt like the trip's hinge. It wasn't dangerous, not really, but I remember the hollow sound under my boots and the way it forced me to pay attention. The first days followed that pattern. Climb, descend, record. Evening at camp, faint wind running across the pines, my handwriting wobbling in the lamplight. Nothing uncanny, nothing out of place, just the usual reminders that the Sierra doesn't negotiate. I felt good. My legs were steady. The weather held even when it tried to spit snow on the passes. I had no reason to expect anything but the long arc of a clean 2-week run. The shift came when we returned to the trailhead, and I tried to start my truck. The engine didn't give me the courtesy of a cough or click, just a dead heaviness, as if it had decided to stay rooted in the dirt. I tried again, then waited, then tried a third time. My friends hovered at the edges of the parking lot, not sure whether to offer help or pretend they didn't notice the frustration tightening my jaw. I checked the cables, the fuses, the obvious things. Nothing. The nearest shop was down in town, far enough that towing it felt like admitting defeat. The mechanic took the truck with a look that told me not to expect news anytime soon. He called it a deep issue, the sort of phrase that sounds mechanical, but mostly means you're going to be without this for a while. My mobility shrank to the bus route that ran between the town and the trailhead, a thin line threading through the granite walls. I felt like someone had drawn a box around my plans and left me inside to see what I would do with the leftover space. While the truck sat in the shop, I stayed at a small campground near the edge of town, close enough to walk to the diner in the mornings. The buses ran on a schedule that didn't care about climbers, but they ran and that was enough. I packed light, moved slowly, and kept telling myself that a constraint wasn't the same as a failure. My friends kept their own schedule. They had their vehicles, their freedom to jump between trailheads. We met occasionally in the evenings, swapping notes about routes and weather. I tried not to let the tightness in my chest show. The days took on a strange pacing. I'd catch the morning bus, step down at the trailhead, and start up familiar ground with a sense of borrowed time. The limitation forced me into smaller objectives, shorter climbs, closer basins, routes that let me return before the last bus swung through the canyon. Yet the mountains didn't seem diminished by that boundary. If anything, the stillness at the start of each climb drew me closer to the experience I sometimes rush past when everything is working the way it should. One afternoon, I returned to the ridge where we'd crossed the snow bridge earlier in the trip. Melt had carved thin channels under it, and the bridge looked thinner, more fragile. I didn't cross this time. I just stood on the near side and listened to the distant groan of water moving beneath the crust. That quiet pressure of sound stayed with me on the descent, like an unfinished sentence. Back in town, the mechanic offered updates that were more placeholders than progress. We're waiting on parts. We're getting closer. Maybe tomorrow. Days passed. I kept climbing. My notes grew longer, more reflective, the writing tightening, as if I were trying to squeeze meaning from the limited radius I could reach. But nothing strange happened. No shadows where they shouldn't be. No noises that couldn't be pinned to wind or water or settling rock. Just the mountains, the buses, and the slow crawl of mechanical work on a vehicle that refused to cooperate. On the second week, I walked from the campground to the shop with a faint hope that the truck would finally be ready. I remember the smell of hot pavement rising in waves from the road, the sound of the door chime as I stepped inside, and the mechanic leaning over the counter with the same expression he'd worn since the first day. He told me they were close, but not done. Another day or two, maybe longer. He didn't look apologetic, just honest, in a way that felt more grounding than frustrating. I went back to the campground, spread the map across the picnic table, and traced the thin bus line again. The limitation should have felt suffocating by then. Instead, it had become part of the pattern, another layer to adapt to. I thought about the first days, about the sound under the snow bridge and the small shift in rhythm that had started long before the truck died. I closed the map, packed for one more climb, and prepared for another slow day of motion inside the narrow corridor available to me. I caught the next morning's bus, watching the canyon walls tilt past the windows, their shadows slipping across each other as the sun climbed. At the trailhead, I stepped onto the dirt and felt the cool air settle against my skin. Nothing dramatic waited for me. Nothing changed. I moved anyway, following the path until it bent out of sight, the mountains rising around me in their usual indifferent silence. I learned early that a wilderness can swallow sound as easily as it swallows people. Even now, when I think back to the ridgeline and the way the pines leaned in against the wind, I feel that same quiet pressure in my chest, the sense that the world was listening to me more than I was listening to it. I wasn't the one who vanished, but I was close enough to feel the hole that opened when he did, close enough to watch everyone try to make sense of the empty space he left behind. I had joined the search on the second day. The official line was simple. He'd gone out alone, underestimated the terrain, become lost. The investigators said it with the casual assurance they used for all wilderness disappearances. They showed us a map, covered in bright curling marker lines, all the places they had already swept. Their confidence didn't convince his family or our friends, and it didn't convince me either. Not because I thought something sensational had happened, but because I had seen how meticulous he was, how he moved through the world with a quiet, deliberate awareness. Getting lost didn't fit him. Not like that. The morning I joined, the air was still and cold. The last storm had passed 2 days earlier, leaving the soil soft where sunlight broke through the canopy. I remember looking down at my boots, sinking slightly into the damp loam, and thinking how easy it would be for a footprint to disappear in just a few hours. How easy it would be for everything to disappear. I kept replaying the last time I had spoken with him. He told me he planned to hike the ridge before the weather shifted again. No grand send-off, no talk of danger, just an ordinary plan on an ordinary day, and then nothing. The kind of nothing that feels engineered somehow, even when you know it isn't. When we reached the search base, his sister stood off to the side, holding copies of the same folded map the investigators used. She had circled the places she believed he would never have gone. Steep drop-offs, unstable scree, deadfall tangles that made travel miserable. She told the lead investigator as much, but he replied that disorientation makes people behave unpredictably, that he could have wandered anywhere. The way he said it felt like a verdict, not a possibility. By afternoon, we were pushing through underbrush where the light dimmed to a moss-green tint. Every few minutes, someone would call out, not expecting an answer but compelled to ask the woods anyway. We found nothing. No scraps of fabric caught on a low branch. No dropped gear. Not even a disturbed patch of soil that looked remotely human. The absence grew heavy, and by the end of the day I felt as though the forest had been scrubbed clean before we ever arrived. His closest friend argued with the investigators that night. He said the theory didn't make sense, that losing the trail shouldn't erase a person so completely. The investigators held firm. Their stance was polite but immovable. No evidence of foul play. No reason to consider any explanation beyond an accident. But the more they insisted, the more it sounded like they were defending a story rather than discovering one. By the fourth day, the search had widened past the areas he would reasonably have been. Helicopters traced slow circles. Dogs combed the riverbanks. Volunteers dragged lines through brush, so thick it snapped back at their faces. Still nothing. Standing there staring at the latest expansion zones marked in red, I felt the strangeness tightening. Not supernatural, nothing that dramatic, but uncanny in the way reality can be when something that should leave a trace doesn't. His family finally reached out to a legislative representative, pushing for wider resources and a review of the investigation. I wasn't in the room when they made the call, but I heard the arguments afterward. They said the officials were too quick to settle on a tidy explanation, too quick to assume he was just another wilderness casualty. The representative promised to look into it, to press for more attention on the case. For a moment it felt like momentum, but even that couldn't conjure evidence from soil and stone. I walked the ridge alone on the sixth day. Not to find anything, I had already accepted the likelihood that there was nothing left to find, but to understand the terrain the way he might have seen it. The wind crawled over the rocks in low, steady breaths. Bird calls echoed from far down the valley. Nothing felt hostile or treacherous. It felt empty in a practiced way, as though the landscape had learned to hide what passed through it. I paused at a spot overlooking a narrow ravine. It wasn't marked on any map as part of the search zone, but I felt compelled to stand there anyway. The silence pressed in again, heavier this time. I scanned the slope for any sign of disturbance. Nothing. Just unbroken stone and a patchwork of pine shadows moving with the breeze. A place where a person could stand for hours and find no answers at all. That was the moment I understood why the disappearance fractured into competing theories. When evidence refuses to appear, people start filling the void with their own shapes. Fear, hope, suspicion. The investigators clung to the explanation that fit their experience. His family clung to the version that fit his character. And I stood there on the ridge, caught between the two, knowing only that the wilderness doesn't always give back what it takes. The search ended without ceremony. Trucks rolled out. Markers were pulled from trees. Maps were folded and tucked away. Officially, the conclusion remained the same. He had become lost and perished somewhere beyond our reach. Unofficially, everyone carried a different version of the truth home with them. I carried the ridge, the quiet, the unease, the feeling of standing in a place that should have told me something and told me nothing instead. Even now, when I return to that memory, I still see the unbroken ground, the untouched branches, the soft soil unmarked by anything human. A clean wilderness, sealed shut around an absence we could never unravel. I tell myself he walked somewhere we didn't think to look, that the land simply kept its silence, that sometimes, late at night, I feel that same heavy quiet I felt on the ridge, and I wonder what really waited out there in the stillness. I remember the day the news broke because the air felt heavy, the kind of weight that settles on your shoulders before you even understand why. I was sorting gear in my garage when my phone lit up with a message about an experienced hiker who'd vanished during what should have been a straightforward outing. The alert linked to a short notice about the family asking for any information at all. I paused there longer than I meant to, staring at the line about the case being unresolved, the lack of evidence, the open plea for help. Something about it stuck in my head like grit under a fingernail. I'd been on that particular stretch of wilderness before, the one the brief reports hinted at without naming outright. Sparse trails threading between old trees, the kind that knot their roots across the ground and grab at your ankles if you aren't paying attention. When I first hiked it years earlier, I'd been struck by how quickly the terrain swallowed sound. Even the wind seemed hesitant. I imagined him walking there alone, confident with the practiced steps of someone who had learned to read the ground. There's a rhythm to moving through the backcountry, and he would have known it well. I replayed my own memories of those paths as I followed updates in the days after the disappearance. The first search teams combed the obvious routes. They set up staging zones near the lower ridge, coordinated with law enforcement, brought in volunteers who knew the area. I knew some of their faces from previous community hikes. They looked worn out in the brief footage the local news captured, all scanning the tree line behind the interviewer as if hoping the missing man might emerge any moment. A week passed, then two. The news segments grew shorter. The statements from officials said the same thing in different tones. Still no evidence, still no sign, still no explanation. I found myself caught by the phrasing each time. No proof of what occurred. Wilderness leaves traces, broken brush, tracks in mud, scraps of gear, but here there was nothing. It felt as if the woods had simply closed around him. One afternoon, I stood by the trailhead where the search map had been posted. Most of the pins were gone by then, leaving behind pinholes that dotted the laminated surface like old scars. The sun filtered through the canopy in narrow shafts that barely warmed the air. I tried to picture the moment he stepped onto the trail on the day he disappeared. The reports never specified the time, just that he'd planned a routine hike. No storm, no heavy fog, no sudden cold front, just the usual wilderness quiet. I started walking the route myself, not as part of the official search, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the terrain might tell me what the reports could not. The first stretch followed a shallow incline, then curved through a corridor of pines. The ground was dry and firm beneath my boots. As I moved deeper, the silence thickened. It wasn't unusual. Certain pockets of forest naturally muffled sound, but that day the hush pressed against me a little harder, as though something was listening, waiting for me to misstep. I stayed alert for anything that didn't fit. Overturned soil, snapped branches, scraps of fabric caught on bark. Nothing. The trail looked untouched, as if no one had passed since the last major storm. Even the usual small disturbances from wildlife felt sparse, like the woods had been holding still for too long. When I reached a narrow ravine about a mile in, I paused. The drop wasn't significant, certainly not enough to injure someone with his level of experience, unless something else intervened. I tested the edge with my boot solid ground, no shifting gravel. I scanned the trail line, half expecting some odd shape or tool glint, but the view held only the same dense, quiet green. On my way back, the temperature seemed to dip, though the sunlight hadn't changed. I chalked it up to shade. Still, the chill lingered on my arms, even after I stepped into a clearing. For a moment, I felt a tug of disorientation, a strange sensation that the trail behind me was longer than the one I remembered hiking in. The trees looked the same, but something about their arrangement felt slightly off, like a detail misremembered in a familiar room. Later, when I recounted that moment to a friend, I tried to explain it without sounding dramatic. It wasn't fear exactly, more like the forest had shifted in some subtle, deliberate way. Nothing supernatural, just an uncanny sense you sometimes get when the wild chooses to remind you that you don't fully understand it. The family's continued appeals played on local stations throughout the following weeks. Each time I heard their voices, the case's unresolved nature pressed harder against my thoughts. The absence of a trail, a clue, even a misplaced water bottle, it all felt wrong. Experienced hikers don't simply vanish, not without leaving some trace. Yet here the world had offered nothing. I returned once more before winter settled in. The forest smelled of damp leaves and mist clung low to the ground, softening the contours of the path. I walked until the quiet wrapped around me again. There, in the stillness, I tried to imagine what he might have felt in the last moment anyone could place him, whether he sensed something shift in the air, whether he paused to listen, whether he looked over his shoulder at a sound he couldn't quite name. The thought lingered longer than it should have. I didn't stay late. As the light faded, the woods took on that pale, flattened glow that erases depth and makes even familiar terrain seem foreign. I turned back toward the trailhead, but every few steps I caught myself glancing into the deeper trees, searching for movement I couldn't confirm. Nothing followed me, nothing watched me, at least nothing I could prove. When I reached my car, I looked once more at the posted notice the family had left, a simple sheet asking anyone with information to come forward. The paper fluttered in a small draft, the edges worn from weeks of weather. The case was still open, the questions were still unanswered, and the wilderness behind me stood silent, holding whatever truth it knew, just out of reach. I first saw the glow from a ridge where flame had no business being. It was a crisp night, the kind that carries sound farther than usual. Yet the forest below stayed unnervingly quiet as I hiked toward that restricted stretch of backcountry we kept closed to the public. Unauthorized fires are rare out there, and when they do happen, they're never subtle. This one burned low and steady, almost polite, a dull orange knot tucked between the dark pines like an ember someone had forgotten to smother. I radioed in my location, marked the wind direction out of habit, and started down the slope to make contact, the cold biting at my face while everything else around me held its breath. By the time I reached the clearing, the air tasted warmer, though the night hadn't changed. The fire sat in the center of a bare patch of earth where nothing flammable lay. No branches, no brush, not even old needles. It had no fuel at all, just a waist-high column of flame rising from bare dirt. The light flickered against the trunks in a way that made them seem to breathe, leaning in and out as if the whole forest were listening. Someone sat beside it. At first, I took him for a lost camper. He was hunched forward, elbows on his knees, staring straight into the blaze. His clothes didn't match the season-thin shirt. Old boots scuffed pale at the toes. He didn't turn when I approached. He didn't even shift. I kept my tone clipped, matter of fact, the way we're trained to when dealing with trespassers after dark. I told him he was in a restricted area, that I needed to know his name and what brought him there. He didn't respond. I stepped closer, boots crunching softly in the cold soil, and that was when I saw his hand. He was gripping something small and metallic, turning it slowly between his fingers. A dog tag. The sight of it shunted a memory to the front of my mind. An old case we reviewed in training, a missing hiker from years back, whose last known location fell not far from here. The tag looked the same dull steel I'd seen in the case file photo during orientation. Though that was impossible. Items get lost forever out here. They don't reappear in a stranger's hand beside a fire that shouldn't burn. I told him I needed to see it. He lifted it slightly as if offering a better view, and for a moment the reflected flame lit up the embossed lettering. I recognized the missing man's surname. My stomach dropped in a slow, steady way. Not fear yet, just the sense of stepping into a story I didn't want to finish. I reached for the radio to call in backup. The antenna brushed my shoulder, and my eyes left him for the briefest moment as I checked the channel. When I looked back, the space beside the fire was empty. No rustle of footsteps, no branches snapping, no retreating shape on the tree line. He was simply gone. The fire hissed once, a sound soft as breath, and then guttered down to a faint orange twist that pulsed over the bare ground. I swept my light across the clearing. Nothing stirred. I followed the perimeter, checking for any sign of movement, tracks, or even disturbed soil. The air cooled again, settling back to the temperature it should have been all along. The silence thickened until it felt physical. My radio crackled as dispatch confirmed backup was en route. I waited, scanning the trees, replaying the moment in my head. I hadn't blinked. I hadn't turned fully away. He'd been there, solid enough to hold metal between his fingers. And then the space he occupied wasn't occupied anymore. When the others arrived, 2 rangers and a pair of search and rescue techs. They found me standing beside a fire that no longer burned. Only a faint heat lingered in the dirt, like the ground remembered something that had never truly touched it. I briefed them while they unpacked gear. No one spoke over me, though I could feel their skepticism building in the way they angled their headlamps. They fanned out, combing the area for prints, clothing, supplies, anything. The breeze shifted just enough to send a shiver through the pines. No one found so much as a footprint. No disturbed patches indicating someone had run or even walked away. One of the techs, a seasoned guy who had pulled bodies out of ravines and found lost children under snow-laden logs, crouched where the man had been sitting. He pressed a gloved hand to the ground, held it there, then shook his head. No residual warmth, he muttered. Nothing to suggest someone was here. I didn't argue. I simply opened my palm. The dog tag lay in the center, cold despite having been near the fire. Its chain had snapped long ago, and the metal carried that faint weathered patina of something abandoned in the elements. The text light swept across the lettering, and the expression on his face changed from bland curiosity to something far tighter. The missing man's name, clear as the coordinates in the archival file. We continued searching, widening the radius, calling out into the timber in steady intervals. Our voices traveled cleanly through the understory, unanswered. The night stayed crisp, moonlight filtering through bare patches in the canopy like diluted silver. Hours bled together, quiet and orderly, until the forest started to feel less like a place and more like a closed room with no exit. I kept going. The others rotated through breaks, but I stayed on the move, replaying the man's posture in my mind, how still he'd been, how intentional that stillness felt. The fire had thrown no shadows behind him. I hadn't noticed it in the moment, but walking back through the clearing, I realized nothing had cast a shadow there. The trees should have, I should have, but all I remembered was the steady sheet of orange light flattening everything, as if depth had been removed. At dawn, we regrouped near the trailhead. They logged the incident, kept their tones neutral, and agreed to review the old missing person files before drafting the report. I handed over the tag. The metal clicked softly as it changed hands, far too real for what the rest of the night had suggested. Back in the ranger station, I warmed my hands over a mug of stale coffee, trying to chase the cold that had never fully left after the fire winked out. The building creaked the same way it always did before sunrise, wood settling in a slow exhale. That familiarity helped, but only a little. The official search concluded with no findings, no tracks, no evidence of a fire, no confirmation that anyone had been in the restricted zone. Only an object tied to a case older than some of the rangers who now wore the badge. An object that supposedly vanished with the hiker who'd last worn it. I didn't push for explanations. I've worked enough seasons to know the backcountry keeps its own counsel. Some nights it feels like a maze of ridges and shadowed hollows where sound moves strangely and time falters. Most of the inexplicable moments can be written off as misperceptions, tricks of moonlight, fatigue. I wanted that to be the case here, but the weight of that metal in my hand told a different story. What unsettled me most wasn't the disappearance itself. It was the quietness that came before it, the sense that I had stepped into someone else's unfinished moment, that the fire, the posture of the man, the tilt of his head toward the light were not random, more like echoes looping until someone stumbled across them. I've gone back to that clearing since then, each time during daylight, each time finding nothing but bare soil and a ring of trees that look like any other ring of trees. The restricted markers remain in place, faded by weather, ignored by the occasional wanderer, but respected by most. I always pause at the edge before stepping in, listening for anything that doesn't belong. The forest never answers. Still, some nights when I'm on patrol and the air turns cool enough to sharpen every sound, I think about that tag and the man holding it, about how he didn't seem lost or distressed, just present, in a way that felt thinner than being alive, but heavier than a memory. I keep my radio close. I note every glimmer of light where there shouldn't be any, and I move through the dark with the steady, practiced calm of someone who knows the difference between fear and caution. But every now and then the trees shift at the edge of my vision, and I feel that same warm, cold shimmer in the air, the one that rose around the fire before he vanished, and I can't shake the sense that the moment is still repeating out there, waiting for whoever comes next. The forest remembers more than it reveals, and some trails don't close just because we post signs or block access. Some things stay unfinished, circling back in the quiet hours when the night is at its thinnest, when the line between presence and absence feels like a breath held too long. I spent most of my life around ranchers, so I never thought I'd be the one telling a story like this. Where I'm from, people don't just vanish. Fences rot, trucks break down, cattle wander off into the creek beds, but people stay put. Or at least that's what I used to think before the week. Everything changed on that quiet stretch of Happy Valley Road. It started with a phone call from the old man. He didn't waste words. Never had. He just mentioned he'd be heading out to one of the smaller properties to handle a bit of maintenance. A short trip. Nothing unusual. The kind he made 100 times a year. I remember the tone of it though. Plain, steady, almost rehearsed. I didn't think much of that at the time. You never do with these things. They lodge somewhere in the back of your mind, and only feel strange when you look back at them later, after everything is cracked open. He headed out early. The weather was mild for late spring, thin overcast, that washed out gray that makes distant hills look like cardboard. I went about my own chores, expecting to hear from him sometime in the afternoon. I didn't. Not that day. Not the next. The first sign something was wrong came from the neighbor who lived across the road from that smaller property. She called my brother, not me, but the moment he relayed the message, I felt something go tight in my chest. She said she'd seen him out in the driveway, moving toward his truck with a box of tools, when he just folded, collapsed straight down. No flailing, no reaching out, as if someone had pulled the ground out from under him. She'd gone inside for her phone, but when she got back outside, he wasn't there. She thought maybe he'd gotten up on his own and walked behind one of the sheds, so she didn't think to call for help right then. At first I wanted to blame confusion, maybe distance or a trick of the light, but she was certain. She watched him fall, and then he was simply not there. We tried his phone. Nothing. We tried the house landline. Nothing. That alone wasn't enough to panic. He hated having a phone on him, but leaving it off for a whole day wasn't like him. Not when he knew we were waiting on an update about the repairs. It was late afternoon when we finally drove out. As we pulled into the property, the first thing I noticed was his work truck doors. Unlocked, keys still in the console, equipment in the bed untouched. Everything arranged as if he'd stepped away for 5 minutes. The box of tools he'd been carrying wasn't there. Neither was he. I remember walking slow across the gravel, feeling its crunch under my boots, listening for anything that sounded out of place. The sheds were quiet. The barn was open just a crack, like someone had nudged it with their shoulder. The air had that thick stillness that makes you feel like you're being watched, though I didn't see a soul. We called his name over and over, our voices bouncing off the siding. But nothing answered except the wind dragging its way down the drive. We found the neighbor standing near her mailbox, arms crossed tight like she was holding something in. She described exactly where she'd seen him fall. We checked the spot, then every direction he could have walked. No tracks, no scuff marks, no dropped tools, nothing. We spent hours searching the property. Ditches, fence lines, tree clusters, outbuildings. The place wasn't large, but it felt enormous that night, like the boundaries kept stretching every time we tried to narrow down where he could have gone. By the time the sun dipped behind the hills, we had to call it in. Law enforcement arrived first, then a pair of search and rescue volunteers I recognized from wildfire seasons. Their questions were simple enough. When had we last heard from him? Where was he going? Did he have a history of medical issues? Did he ever wander? Did he seem depressed? I hated that one most. It felt like someone flipping through a checklist designed for a person I didn't know. My father wasn't the type to drift. He didn't break patterns. He followed routines the way other people follow religion. Search teams combed the area through the night and into the next day. Dogs were brought in. They sniffed around the truck, looped out into the field, circled, and then nothing. No pull, no lead. It was as if the scent ended at the gravel. One of the handlers said he'd seen cases like that before around these rural pockets, but he didn't elaborate, just kept his eyes low and moved on. By the second day, when there was still no sign of him on or near that property, we widened the search. It was a fluke, pure chance that a deputy found the personal vehicle. It wasn't anywhere near the route he would have taken. Not even close. It was pulled off at an odd angle on a narrow tree-lined road miles from where he was last seen. Driver door partly open. No keys. No phone. No footprints on the soft dirt shoulder. That part chilled me the most. He always parked straight, centered, careful. Even in a hurry, he had habits. This wasn't one of them. The deputy asked if I believed he'd driven himself there. I didn't answer. I didn't know how to. The whole thing felt wrong in a way I couldn't put into words, like an imitation of my father's behavior, rather than the real thing, as if someone had tried to copy his habits and gotten the details just slightly off. The search radius grew. Helicopters buzzed the hillsides, volunteers walked in long lines through the brush, and patrol trucks rolled slowly along back roads I'd never even noticed before. Every evening we circled back to the property where he'd been seen last. His truck remained exactly where we'd first found it, dust settling on the hood like a second skin. I kept coming back to what the neighbor saw, the way he'd collapsed. That soft immediate drop. I replayed it in my head during every quiet moment, trying to piece together a cause. Heat exhaustion, low blood sugar, a sudden fainting spell. But the weather wasn't extreme. He'd eaten breakfast. He'd been moving normally, and a collapse like that should have left some sign. A scrape, a tool spilled out on the ground. Something, but there was nothing. One night, while the others were still out checking a nearby creek bed, I walked the driveway alone. The air felt heavy, damp with oncoming rain. I stopped where she'd said he fell. There was a darkened patch of gravel there, just a shade off from the rest. Not disturbed, not scuffed, just subtly different, like the stone had settled deeper into the soil. I crouched down and brushed my fingers over it, cool to the touch. Still, too still. I tried to imagine what he would have seen in the second before he fell. The shape of the trees, the angle of the barn roof, the open truck door. Nothing about it should have been frightening, but standing there, I felt a pressure build behind my ribs, a sense that whatever had happened to him had happened fast, quietly, without struggle. The kind of thing no one prepares for because it falls outside the boundaries of ordinary life. The days blurred after that. Reports slowed, leads dried up, the trucks left, the volunteers packed up their gear, and then there was just us, returning again and again to the same unanswered question. How could a man fall in full view of a neighbor, vanish in the time it took her to grab her phone, leave behind every tool, every vehicle, and yet still have his personal car appear somewhere that made no sense? We kept going back for weeks, checking the fences, walking the tree lines, listening for any sound that might carry across the property. The place never felt empty. Not exactly. More like it was holding its breath, waiting for something we couldn't see. I still drive that road sometimes. I park by the gate and watch the wind move through the grass. The sheds, the barn, the gravel, the old work truck, everything is unchanged, frozen exactly as it was on the day he disappeared. Long after the official search ended, the silence lingered thick as fog. Every so often, I think I hear a footstep on the gravel, light and quick like someone trying not to be noticed. But when I turn, there's nothing there. I tell myself it's just memory playing tricks on me. Just a mind trying to fill in a gap that refuses to close. But sometimes when the air goes still and the whole valley feels emptied out, I get the sense that whatever happened to him isn't finished, that the edges of this place are thinner than they look, that you can fall out of sight in a single moment and never hit the ground. I've stopped expecting answers, but I haven't stopped listening. The valley holds on to things. Some you can see, some you can't. And some, like my father, slip away so quietly that the world doesn't even notice until they're already gone. I didn't understand how quickly the mountain could strip a man down to the bare truth of himself. Before that evening, Mount Marathon was just a name I'd heard in passing, a notorious race I had no business entering at my age. I told myself it would be a personal challenge, a late-life dare, something to shake me awake after too many slow years behind a desk. I trained on small hills, neighborhood trails, nothing that prepared me for the steep, slick stone that waited above Seward, but pride is a blinding thing. I stood at the starting line with a cheap headlamp, borrowed poles, and no real idea how the mountain changed when the sun dropped behind it. I told myself I would take it slow. I told myself I knew my limits. I didn't understand how wrong I was until the cold started probing beneath my jacket, and the lights of town vanished behind a curtain of low cloud. That was when I realized I couldn't see any other runners. That was when I realized I had drifted off the marked path without even noticing the moment it happened. The rocks under my shoes kept shifting, small loose pieces sliding in unpredictable ways. I remember the soft scrape they made, a sound that didn't echo but absorbed into the fog like the mountain wanted to swallow every noise. I kept climbing because stopping felt worse than continuing. The grade shoved me forward, almost chest to stone, and each time I tried to straighten up the cold wind off Resurrection Bay, knifed straight through my shirt. For someone familiar with the race, that slope might have been routine. For me, it was the beginning of a slow panic I tried to ignore. By the time I realized the faint glow ahead wasn't another runner's lamp but a reflection off wet shale, true dark had settled over the upper ridgeline. My breath felt too thin. My thighs trembled. I reached around for the trail markers, bright flags I had been told would be impossible to miss. But my hand found nothing except rough stone and a cold trickle of runoff. I pressed my palm against it, confused, wondering how I had moved so far off the course without knowing. I turned to look back down toward town, expecting the warm cluster of lights, but the fog had thickened into a pale wall. Even the sounds from below had vanished. I stood there leaning against the rock, trying not to admit that I was already lost. When I finally started to descend, I chose what felt like the safest line. The surface tilted in a way that suggested a long tongue of scree, something I imagined would reconnect with the main crowd of runners who would be coming down in a steady stream. But the rocks here behaved differently. They rolled underfoot in a slow, purposeful slide, almost as if they shifted only after I committed my weight, like they were waiting for me to take each step before they moved. I never saw anything unnatural, just rocks. But the timing unsettled me in a way I couldn't articulate. At one point, the fog thinned slightly and I glimpsed the bay. The water looked too close, like the mountain had changed shape around me. I tried calling out, half expecting to hear a race volunteer respond, but the sound died before it left my throat. Not muffled, not echoed, just absorbed. I told myself it was the fog. I told myself anything other than the truth that the mountain was a place that didn't need to give sounds back. A little farther down, I slipped on a slab and caught myself with both hands. The jolt knocked my headlamp sideways, and the beam swung across a narrow cut in the rock I didn't recognize. I don't know why, but the moment the light touched that crevice, something in me recoiled. It wasn't fear of an animal or a drop-off. It was something quieter, an instinct telling me that I should not step into that space, that whatever lay between those stone walls wasn't meant for me. I forced myself to turn away and keep moving downslope, but my legs shook harder after that. It was around then that the temperature started dropping fast. I could feel the cold settling into my joints, especially my right knee, the one that had been giving me trouble since early training. Every mistake I'd made in coming here sharpened into focus. I wasn't a real mountain runner, I wasn't prepared, and when the shock of cold hit me again, I realized how little daylight was left, and how fast my body was losing heat. The moment I heard the shout, I thought it was another runner finding me. It came from somewhere downslope, faint and stretched by distance. I tried answering, but my voice cracked on the first attempt. I swallowed, steadied myself, and called again. This time the shout responded, a woman's voice carrying a single sharp note that sounded like my name but might have been something else entirely. The fog made the direction impossible to judge. It didn't sound urgent though, not like someone in danger, more like a notification, the way someone might call to get a person's attention across a room. It didn't fit the situation. Nobody should have been below me if I was off the main descent line. Maybe it was an echo. Maybe it was another lost runner. I told myself anything I could to keep moving toward it, because the cold had turned from discomfort into a real threat, and the voice, whatever it truly was, felt like the only anchor in the white murk. I aimed myself downhill, sliding more than walking. At one point, I grabbed a shrub to slow my descent. but it came loose in my hands, roots snapping with a surprisingly soft sound. I stumbled forward, knees hitting the ground, hands scraping on gravel. The headlamp flickered. I smacked it once, hoping the battery had just shifted. It steadied but dimmed slightly. The woman's voice came again, closer this time. A single syllable, not a scream, not even loud, just placed there in the air like someone speaking from behind a thin wall. I strained to hear it again. Nothing followed. I didn't understand that the search for me had already started. Later, I learned that when I missed the halfway return check, volunteers assumed at first I'd turned back early, common for older first-time runners. But when darkness fell and I didn't appear at the finish or anywhere along the lower trail, someone notified the troopers. By the time they scrambled a team, the weather had worsened and the surface freezing made the climb more dangerous. They told me all this afterward. At the time, I only knew the cold pressing harder against my chest and the quiet dread rising as the fog around me thickened to a near blindness. My legs eventually gave out on a slope of loose stone. I slid a few feet, unable to stop myself, before a rough outcrop caught my hip. The impact rattled my teeth, and when I looked up, the headlamp beam shivered across the rocks like it was searching on its own. The fog swallowed nearly everything except the single stretch of stone I had crashed into. I remember steadying my breathing, listening for the woman's voice again. I didn't hear her, but something else reached me instead. A kind of distant clatter like loose rock knocked free by someone descending quickly. It sounded organized, purposeful. That more than anything pushed me to sit up and focus. I called out, telling whoever was nearby that I was stuck and cold. I heard nothing back for a full minute. Then a different sound cut through the short-clipped tone of a radio. That was when relief washed over me. I told myself the troopers had found me, that everything was going to be okay. I didn't realize until much later that no troopers were anywhere near my location at that point. The search party was still hundreds of feet above me, spread across the correct route. Whatever made that radio-like click was never accounted for. I tried crawling toward the sound, pulling myself across the slope. The rocks here were smoother, almost polished, and the cold seemed stronger on this part of the mountain. I paused once to look behind me. I saw nothing but fog. No responder, no headlamp, no movement. I don't know why, but I felt suddenly exposed, as if something watched me from somewhere I couldn't see. Not a person, not an animal, just the mountain itself, holding its silence too carefully. When the true rescuers finally reached earshot, I didn't recognize the voices at first. They were shouting my name, their lights sweeping the fog, distorted by the low cloud. I answered, and this time my voice actually carried. They found me hunched beside a large slab, my jacket half zipped, my gloves somewhere I couldn't remember losing them. One of the troopers reached me first and checked my pulse. Another asked if I had heard a woman calling for help, because their teams had picked up a faint female voice during the climb. They said it hadn't fit any known runner. They said they had triangulated its location loosely, downslope, but found nothing. I remember shaking my head, unsure whether to admit I had followed a voice earlier. I didn't want them to think I was imagining things. The cold had clawed too deeply into me by then, and my thoughts felt scattered. They wrapped me in a foil blanket and started helping me to my feet, careful with my right knee. I remember the trooper closest to me pausing, turning slightly as if listening for something farther down the slope. Then he shook it off and told me not to worry, that they'd get me back to town. As they guided me upward toward the ridge, I glanced back once and thought I saw a faint shape through the fog. Not a person, just a darker patch like a shadow cut out of the air. It didn't move, it didn't advance or retreat. It simply existed until the beam of a headlamp swept past, and then it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of light and exhaustion. I still tell myself that. When we reached the staging point, I heard troopers discussing the drop temperature, how it complicated the search, how lucky I was they started early. They also mentioned that they had sent a team to check for the supposed caller, but the area was bare rocks, steep and slick, with no footprints aside from mine. They marked the voice incident as an unconfirmed auditory contact. That phrasing stuck in my mind. Back in Seward after they cleared me at the medical tent, One of the responders asked again whether I had seen or heard anyone else on the mountain. I hesitated. I didn't know how to describe the voice that had guided me downward, how ordinary it had sounded, yet how out of place it felt. I told him I'd heard something but didn't have clarity on it. He nodded as if he'd expected that answer. Over the next few days, fragments of the climb returned to me in odd flashes. The way the rock shifted only after I stepped. The crevice that made every instinct recoil. The radio click in the fog. The voice shaped like a person's but placed in a direction nobody should have been. I tried to assemble those parts into something logical, something grounded, but each time I pushed for a clean explanation, the details slid apart again, just like the stones under my shoes had that night. I've read a little since then about people who go missing in the mountains, experienced hikers who vanish between known points, runners who step off a trail without any trace, searchers who hear calls for help from empty areas. I don't claim to understand any of it. I only know what I felt on Mount Marathon. The sensation of being nudged, gently but insistently away from the safe line. Not by a person, not by anything I can name. Just the mountain maybe, or something that uses the mountain's silence. Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can hear that same single-syllable call. Not a voice, exactly. More like a tone I recognize in my bones. It lasts only a moment, a quick drop in the air, like the echo of something that never fully formed into words. I tell myself it's memory. I tell myself it's nothing. But I still wake some mornings with the sound lingering behind my thoughts like a thin strand of fog. I was found. I was brought down safely, but a piece of me stayed somewhere on that slope, in a pocket of cold air where sound doesn't return, and footsteps slide in ways you don't notice until it's too late. I think about that place more often than I should, about the way the fog closed around me, and the voice drifted through it with no urgency, no fear, as if it wasn't calling for rescue at all, but simply signaling that something had shifted. I survived that night on the mountain, but I never felt entirely certain that I was the one it meant to release. The storm hadn't come in yet when I first noticed how quiet the ridge felt. The trail dust hung motionless in the air, like everything in the Great Smoky Mountains had paused to listen to us. I remember watching my son, small, reserved, the way he always got around other kids, hover at the edge of the clearing as the rest of the family unpacked our lunch. He didn't say much, just turned a small stick between his fingers while his cousins whispered and shot glances his way. That was the first moment I felt something off. A thin tension I couldn't name. Even before anything happened, I kept looking at the tree line, trying to decide if it was the coming weather or my own nerves making the branches look too still. We'd come up toward one of the higher picnic pull-offs, the kind with thinning furrows, and big granite slabs that overlook folds of blue haze. Afternoon light spread through a clouded sky, bright in some places and dull in others. My father, my son's grandfather, kept pointing out landmarks he remembered from years before, though the forest never looks the same twice. He said he wanted a picture with all the kids together. They groaned and scattered, and he laughed like it was all part of the game. I didn't realize it actually was a game at that point, not the kind any adult understood yet. When the cousins pulled my son aside, I assumed they were trying to include him for once. He'd always been the quiet one, the careful observer, the child who lingered behind the group instead of running ahead. It wasn't like him to step willingly into their plans, but I watched him nod, watched one of the older kids gesture back and forth, and I saw a small smile break across his face, the rare kind that made his eyes brighten. I didn't interfere. I was tired from the climb and glad he was finally joining in. They kept glancing toward us adults like they were trying not to be noticed. I figured it was harmless mischief. I learned later what they were plotting, a staged surprise. They wanted him to slip behind a boulder outcrop, wait until the grandfather called for the group photo, then pop out and make everyone laugh. A simple thing, a child's trick. Except they told him to go first, to get into position before the others casually drifted toward the photo spot. They let him walk off alone, around the blind side of a rock wall dotted with moss and rhododendron. None of them followed. None of them even watched where exactly he stepped. They just assumed he'd be there when the moment came. I still remember the sound of my father's voice calling for all the kids to line up. It carried across the clearing and bounced against the trees. The cousins jogged in, trying to look innocent, wiping smiles off their faces. My son didn't appear. They looked around, waiting. My father chuckled and asked where he'd run off to, and that was when the cousins exchanged their first uneasy glance. They pointed toward the rock outcrop. "He's right there," one said, "behind it." Except he wasn't. I walked over, expecting to find him crouched or giggling. I rounded the stone and the brush rustled lightly in the breeze. The ground sloped down into a narrow draw thick with ferns. There was no sign of him, no movement, no footsteps kicking up dirt, no flash of his red windbreaker. I called his name once, then again, louder, and the silence that followed felt wrong, too large, too sudden, as if the woods were holding its breath. The cousins came running behind me, insisting he had gone this way, insisting the whole thing had been his idea once they suggested it. I kept sweeping my eyes across the undergrowth, trying to spot any broken stem or scuff, but nothing made sense. It was like he'd stepped behind a curtain, and the curtain had sealed shut. My father came over next. He tried to brush it off, saying my son was probably hiding, trying to stretch the joke, but I could see something tightening in his jaw as he scanned the trees. He started calling too, voice rising with each attempt. The sky dimmed, clouds piled over the ridge, thick and heavy, bringing that charged feeling that always precedes mountain storms. I could smell the moisture in the air, sharp and metallic. Minutes slipped by, then more. Time felt slippery, unreliable. We split up me along the slope, my father looping higher toward the trail, and the others fanning across the clearing. We kept calling, kept checking the same spots, as if he might materialize in the places we'd already searched. I remember scraping my hand on a fallen log as I leaned forward, trying to see down a tangled gully, and thinking that the woods felt too quiet for a child to be anywhere inside them. The cousins finally confessed the full story. Once they realized how long it had been, they explained the plan, how he was supposed to jump out. They admitted they hadn't seen whether he'd actually reached the outcrop, or if he'd gone beyond it. They hadn't looked, they said. They just assumed. I tried not to let anger show, but something cold settled in my stomach when I realized we'd lost time. Valuable, irreplaceable time, because they'd all been waiting for a laugh that never came. By the time we alerted other hikers, the first low rumble of thunder rolled across the valley. My father insisted we get official help immediately. The ranger station wasn't far, but it felt like miles as we hurried back along the trail. The wind picked up, pushing needles off the first and carrying them past our faces like tiny arrows. I kept glancing into the trees, half expecting to see my son's small shape moving between the trunks, but nothing shifted except the branches bending under the gusts. When we reached the ranger station, we gave our account too many details missing, too many small uncertainties. The rangers asked for exact times, directions, clothing, behavior. I realized I couldn't answer half of it with confidence. Worst of all, the delay in reporting was obvious. They didn't criticize us, but I saw the understanding pass between them. Every minute mattered, and we'd already lost more than we could afford. A search team mobilized quickly. Even with the storm moving in, they pushed out along the trail, calling his name with practiced repetition. Radios crackled in the rising wind. Rain began needling through the canopy, soft at first, then steadier. They brought dogs that sniffed the air and swung their heads in slow arcs, confused by the sudden moisture washing scents away. The team pushed through gullies, over rocks, across dense thickets. They found nothing. Night pressed in early under the storm clouds. Flashlights carved thin tunnels of light through the dark. I kept walking until a ranger put a hand on my shoulder and told me stopping for the night was necessary, that the terrain was too dangerous in the rain. I stared into the forest, trying to imagine where my son was, in what hollow, under what branch, or whether he had simply kept walking, quiet and obedient as always, waiting for someone to tell him to return. I barely slept in the shelter they gave me. Every sound outside made me lift my head, branches snapping, wind howling across the rafters, a distant thud from something falling in the woods. At one point, just before dawn, I could have sworn I heard a faint voice far down the slope. It was thin, almost lost in the storm's leftover wind. I sat up, listening, holding my breath, when I stepped outside. Cold air bit at my face. The forest was still again, completely still. I told myself it was just the storm's echo, some trick of acoustics in the valleys. But the feeling it gave me stayed. The search stretched through the next day, then the next. Volunteers came. More rangers, more dogs, more systematic sweeps of the terrain. They checked old logging cuts, dry creek beds, caves, and hollows. They asked hikers if they'd seen a small, quiet boy in a bright jacket. No one had. Not a single credible sighting beyond the moment he stepped behind that rock. What haunted me most wasn't a sound or a glimpse, but a spot. A place the rangers marked as a possible track, though no one could confirm it. A patch of flattened grass, well above where a child his size should have reached on foot. They dismissed it as irrelevant, most likely hikers passing through earlier. But I kept staring at it, thinking of how still the woods had felt before everything began, how the air seemed to hold something I hadn't recognized in time. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can see the exact moment before he vanished. The cousins whispering, the quiet smile on my son's face, the shadows behind the outcrop that looked no different from any other shadows in the Smokies. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening, just a child stepping out of sight for what should have been seconds. I replay those seconds all the time. The simple act of turning away, the assumption that he was safe, the trust that the woods around us were just woods and nothing more. I can still feel the first drop of rain land on my cheek as I search the slope. The way the air shifted as if something had moved past us without sound. I still walk through those memories trying to locate the point where reality split, where the world held my child one moment and let go of him the next. They never found him. Not a scrap of clothing, not a footprint, not a single piece of evidence that explained where he went or how far he traveled in the short time before the storm came. The forest gave nothing back. It never does. Not in cases like this. Sometimes when storms roll in at home, I pause at the window and listen. There's a certain pitch the wind takes on. Thigh thin, almost like a voice carried from a distance too great to measure. I know it isn't him. I know sound bends in strange ways. But I listen anyway because the woods kept him. And the woods have a way of letting you hear only what they choose. The Smokies are beautiful. Everyone says that. But beauty can hide an emptiness you don't notice until it opens under your feet. I've walked that ridge again since then, trying to understand the place where he stepped away from me. But the terrain looks different every time, as if the forest wants to keep that moment to itself. I still feel him near that outcrop, just out of view, forever about to step back into sight. I wait for him in memory the way I waited for him that day, calling his name into a stillness that is never answered back. Not even once. I first learned about the narrow cut in the earth from an old survey map, the kind printed on paper so brittle it felt ready to dissolve between my fingers. The margin carried a faded pencil note. Slot runs deeper than expected. No signature, no date, just that line. It stuck with me for months. And when the window finally opened for a day-long attempt across the edge of the Nellis bombing range, I packed light and left before sunrise. The sky over the desert was already pale when I parked near the last legal pullout, the boundary fence stretching beside me like a warning I had decided to ignore. My goal was simple on paper: reach the natural enclosure at the end of that narrow feature and confirm whether the surveyor's note had meant anything at all. But the emptiness around me carried its own kind of pressure, as if sound itself struggled to exist out here. I told myself that was normal for this place. I told myself a lot of things as I stepped off the gravel and began the long walk toward the restricted hills. The ground rose in uneven shelves, each one coated with loose stone that shifted under my boots. I kept my eyes on the ridge where the slot began. Everything between me and that line felt exposed. The air was dry enough that each breath seemed to scrape at the back of my throat. Heat built quickly, even early in the day, and the range spread out on both sides like a map of impacts and forgotten experiments. I'd studied enough to know which corridors were considered inactive, but inactive never meant safe. Training manuals talked about fragmentation radius and dud ordnances half sunk in the dust. I scanned constantly looking for anything out of place. Nothing moved. Nothing grew. The silence felt more like a held breath than a natural desert hush. By mid-morning, the slot came into view. It wasn't tall, no dramatic canyon walls, just a tight fracture winding into a rise of sandstone. From a distance, it looked like a line someone had drawn with a blade. I paused on a small outcrop and drank warm water from a metal flask. The quiet pressed harder here. Even the low wind had died down. I remember thinking how strange it was to stand in a place with no insects, no birds, no distant engines from training flights. I'd heard jets earlier, but now I could have been the only living thing for miles. I adjusted my pack, wiped dust from my hands, and headed toward the opening. The slot narrowed quickly. At its widest, I could extend both arms and touch the walls. The rocks smelled of mineral dust, dry and strangely cold despite the heat above. The path bent in sharp angles, each turn revealing the next few steps, and nothing more. I marked time by the sun, only when the ceiling broke open and scattered skylights. It was still early enough that the light fell at an angle, striping the rock in alternating blue shadow and white glare. I moved carefully, testing each foothold, feeling the temperature swing with every shift in shade. The enclosure I sought was supposed to be at the terminus of the slot, a bowl-shaped depression recorded in old geological surveys. No one had been able to confirm its exact dimensions since the area had fallen under the umbrella of restricted land. A little past midday, I reached the first sign that the terrain ahead would be worse. The walls pinched inward so tightly I had to turn sideways to pass. The floor dipped into a seam no wider than my boot. I followed it in tiny, careful steps until the rock opened again into a low corridor. Light reached this place only as a thin silver ribbon, bouncing off stone worn smooth by old floods. The change in temperature made me stop. It felt colder than it should have been, not freezing, just odd for open desert beneath a full sun. I checked the ceiling for any sign of overhang or draft. Nothing, just silence and stone. I kept moving, because standing still made the place feel even smaller. The corridor bent sharply left, then right, as if the ground had been twisted rather than eroded. No plant life clung to the walls, not even lichen. My footsteps seemed too loud, each scrape echoing forward into unseen angles. I tried to imagine the enclosure at the end, whether it would be a simple pocket of collapsed limestone or something larger. The surveyor's comment kept returning to me. Deeper than expected, I wondered what that meant out here, where expectations often ended at the edge of safety briefings and outdated maps. When the passage suddenly widened, I thought I had reached the enclosure. Instead, I found a narrow platform overlooking a drop. The chasm wasn't vertical, more like a steeply slanted chute disappearing into shadow. Sand had piled along one side, forming an unstable slope that looked climbable if I was careful. I crouched and tossed a pebble down. It skittered against the slope, bounced, and disappeared into the dark without a sound. No echo returned. The silence pressed in again, thick enough to raise the hair on my arms. I stood slowly and checked the ceiling, the walls, the direction of the passage behind me. Everything looked normal, just rock and light and dust. I decided to descend the chute, using the sandbank as a ramp. The angle forced me to brace with one hand against the wall while sliding my boots down in slow, deliberate motions. The rock beside me felt colder the deeper I went. The air didn't change, it held the same still dryness. But something about the temperature shift made me uneasy. I kept going until the slope leveled out into a narrow floor. A faint glow filtered in from above, barely enough to outline the next section of the corridor. Ahead, the passage curved sharply again, obscuring what lay beyond. I hesitated there. The air held no scent, no shift, no hint of movement, yet something in the stillness felt different, like the space was waiting. I reminded myself this was just a geological puzzle, a remote slot on the edge of a bombing range, The human mind reacts to isolation in unexpected ways. I stepped forward, one careful foot at a time, tracing the wall with my fingers for balance. When I rounded the next bend, the enclosure finally revealed itself. It was smaller than the surveys had suggested, hardly more than a recessed basin carved into the rock. But the walls were smooth, almost unnaturally so, their curvature too uniform for typical erosion. Light from the chute above scattered across the floor, illuminating a patch of fine dust undisturbed by any tracks. Not mine, not animals, nothing. I stopped at the threshold and studied the space. No debris, no water stains, no sign of collapse. Just a hollow, waiting quietly at the end of a natural labyrinth. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped again, subtle but definite. I felt it across my face first, then along my arms. The air wasn't moving, but something about the space made it feel like it was receding from me. I walked slowly to the center, my footsteps leaving crisp impressions in the dust. Each one looked too dark, too sharply defined. I crouched and touched the floor. The dust clung lightly to my fingertips, the same as any dry sediment. I wiped my hands on my pant leg and stood. For a moment I simply listened. Nothing. Then, something shifted. It wasn't sound, more like a pressure change, a faint fluctuation in the stillness that made my heartbeat stutter. I turned toward the chute, expecting to see a change in the light or hear a distant rumble from aircraft training above the range. Nothing moved. The light remained steady, but the sense persisted, that subtle pull in the air, as if the enclosure had exhaled. I took a step back. The dust around my boots stirred slightly, barely enough to mark the motion. Another step. The temperature steadied, but the unease didn't fade. I studied the smooth walls again, trying to decide whether the shape was a coincidence of geology or something else. The rational part of my mind insisted there was nothing unusual here, only the combined effects of isolation, fatigue, and the narrowing slot behind me. The rest of me didn't agree. I turned toward the chute, ready to climb out, but the angle looked steeper than I remembered. That made me pause. I moved closer to check. The sandbank still sat along one side, but the upper half of the slope seemed to blend more sharply into the darkness above. I aimed my headlamp toward the top. The beam reached only partway before fading into a blur of dust in the air. I stepped back again, reassessing. The chute hadn't changed, my perception had. Hours in a confined maze can distort depth and contrast. Still, the climb felt different when I started it. The sand shifted under my boots in a slow slide, the grains rolling back over my toes as if resisting each step. I leaned into the wall and pulled myself upward. The slope drained more energy than I expected, and I had to stop twice to catch my breath. At the second stop, I looked back at the enclosure. It sat in the same quiet stillness, but with the distance I could see how the shadows gathered in its corners, darker than they should have been. I told myself it was just the angle of the light. I told myself to keep moving. Near the top of the chute, the air felt warmer again. I reached the platform where the passage widened and rested a moment, checking my water and the position of the sun through a slit far overhead. Still enough daylight, plenty of time to make the return trip. My legs trembled slightly from the climb, but the familiar temperature brought some calm back. I turned to follow the corridor out. The silence was different now, not louder or quieter, just more aware of me. Every step echoed longer, each scrape seeming to travel farther than it should have. At one tight bend I paused, listening for anything beneath the echoes. Nothing but my own breathing and the faint shift of dust under my boots. I pushed through the narrowest section, twisting my shoulders to avoid scraping the rock. The air grew warmer with each step, a small reassurance. I found the skylights again, and watched the lines of shadow move as the afternoon sun shifted. My body relaxed. Distance from the enclosure felt like distance from a tension I hadn't realized I'd been holding, but something still nagged at me. The corridor seemed longer than before. Not by much, just enough to make me question whether I'd turned somewhere I shouldn't have. The slot had only one main path with no branches, But confinement plays tricks. I checked the direction of the light, the angle of the turns, the smoothness of the walls. Everything matched my memory. Yet the unease clung to me, subtle, persistent, the way a cold draft might cling in an old house. I kept going. Eventually, the slot widened enough that I could see the faint shimmer of desert heat at the far end. Relief rushed in, but with it came something else. A low certainty that the enclosure behind me hadn't been empty. Not in any physical sense. I'd seen no shapes, no tracks, no movement. But in the deeper quiet of that hollow space, I'd felt watched by something without form or presence. Something that belonged to the silence itself. I emerged into the afternoon glare and blinked until the brightness settled into shape. The desert stretched in all directions, unchanged, unbroken. My parked vehicle sat far off near the boundary fence, a small dark dot in a landscape of sun-baked earth. I walked toward it in measured steps, each one lighter than the last, yet the feeling from the enclosure clung to me like fine dust. By the time I reached the fence line, the sun hung low, shadows sharpened across the ground. I took a final look back at the hills where the slot disappeared into the rock. Nothing moved, no sound carried. The place looked as it had that morning, dry, empty, indifferent. But I knew what it felt like inside. What it felt like to stand in that smooth-walled hollow where the air pulled away and the silence felt aware. I had reached the objective, crossed the hazardous ground, and returned without incident. On paper, everything had gone as planned. Still, when I close my eyes, I think about the surveyor's note, deeper than expected. I think about how silence can sometimes feel like a presence. And I think about the dust in that enclosure, undisturbed until I stepped into it, untouched after I left, waiting in a place where people rarely go and often do not return. I don't know what I walked away from that day. I only know that something in that slot canyon watched me leave, and part of me believes it's still waiting for whoever enters next. I first heard the name Bernard Creek when I was still young enough to think that the woods were a place I understood. Back then, Idaho's high ranges felt like old friends. Hard-edged, sure, but honest in the way mountains are honest. You put in the miles, you respected the weather, you kept your wits about you. The land would give back what you invested. For years I believed that. Then the disappearance happened, and whatever confidence I carried into the Seven Devils faded into something quieter. Something I still feel every time the wind comes downslope in that particular way, thinning out the sound of everything else, until it's just my heartbeat in the cold air. I was part of the volunteer team that first season, one of the local hunters who knew the old trails and had the legs for the ridgelines. It wasn't unusual for us to get called in when someone slipped on loose shale or misjudged a junction. Most folks who got turned around showed up within a day or two, shaken but intact. This case didn't start out feeling different. The missing man, his name was whispered in the cafes and feed stores for a long time, was as seasoned as any of us, an outdoorsman who grew up hunting those very slopes. He and his companion had planned a straightforward trip, 2 nights up high, pack light, drop down toward the creek basin, then back out on a looping route they'd both done before. Nothing dramatic, nothing reckless. The first oddity wasn't the separation. Injuries out there happen. From what the companion later said, they'd been crossing one of the rougher cuts near a draw when the missing man injured his leg badly enough that he couldn't keep the original pace. They decided he'd move slowly along the easier contour line toward their planned rendezvous point, while the uninjured companion made a quick push to an overlook, where he could get a better signal and call for help if needed. It wasn't the smartest plan, but it wasn't insane either. Just the kind of compromise you make when daylight is dropping and you don't want to force a damaged joint down a steep descent. The companion expected to find him waiting at the rendezvous. He wasn't. That's when the search and rescue call went out. I got the message early the next morning, long before sunrise, the kind of hour when your breath comes out like smoke under the porch light. I remember pulling on my boots with that familiar mix of concern and determination. None of us thought it was going to last very long. A strong man with wilderness sense doesn't just vanish on a mild weather weekend in late season. But when we reached the point where the two had split, Something about the ground felt wrong to me, not in any mystical sense, just an absence of the usual. No clear sign of a man favoring a bad leg. No partial prints in the duff where he might have paused to brace himself. Nothing scattered or dropped. Just clean, undisturbed forest floor, tapering into a slope that should have funneled any movement toward a visible drainage line. He should have left a trace. Everyone leaves a trace in that country, even the careful ones. Over the next days, more teams came in. Helicopters, drones, dogs, maps spread across the hoods of trucks. I spent hours grid walking through stands of timber where the light barely reached the soil. The companion, exhausted, pale, and strangely tight around the mouth, was interviewed constantly. Nothing about his account changed. He repeated the same details, sometimes almost word for word, like he was afraid to improvise. People do that under stress, but rumors started anyway. The biggest stir came when word leaked that he'd failed a deception detection test. Nobody ever explained the circumstances, and the officers made a point of saying the result wasn't proof of guilt. But once that kind of thing gets around in a rural community, it's like trying to stop dye from spreading through water. Folks wanted a reason, any reason, for how an experienced hunter could vanish without a bent twig to show for it. The failing test became a hook people could hang their uncertainty on. I didn't put much weight in it, but I also couldn't ignore the way the companion seemed to fold inward whenever he was asked to retrace the last moments he'd seen his friend. 18 days passed before anything turned up. By then, the official search had scaled back. I was walking a slope I'd already covered twice, when the radio crackled with a call from a team down in a brushy pocket near Bernard Creek. They'd found a dog. I remember the relief in the voice, like whoever reported it wanted desperately for the dog to be a sign of its owner. But when I got there, the dog was alone. Thin, dehydrated, pacing in a slow, confused circle. It wasn't injured. It wasn't aggressive. It looked like it had been waiting for someone who never arrived. No pack, no clothing, no gear, nothing else. People argued for days about what it meant. Some said the dog must have stayed near the missing man for a while and then wandered off. Others insisted it suggested the man had moved through the area and might still be alive. A few of the older locals murmured about the way dogs sometimes act when they've seen something they can't make sense of, something that changes them. I didn't share that opinion, but I couldn't forget the dog's eyes, like it kept glancing past our shoulders even when nothing was there. Winter closed in early that year. Snow sealed the highest routes and made further searching too risky. The case slowly faded from daily conversation. The companion moved away within a season, leaving no address anyone I knew had on record. The family kept pushing for answers, organizing small independent searches every summer, but nothing concrete surfaced. Not for a long time. Almost 10 years passed. 10 years of birthdays. New boots worn thin. Hunting seasons that started and ended with the same familiar rhythms. Sometimes, when I was deep in the range alone, I'd catch myself stopping to listen for something I couldn't name. The echo of a question that had never been answered. The mountains have a way of holding their silence until you start hearing your own thoughts in it. I wasn't there when the remains were finally found. A different hunter stumbled on them, or what was left of them, near a steep tributary far from the original search area. The discovery was pure chance. He'd followed a game trail that veered unexpectedly into a narrow cut, and something caught his eye. A bone, part of a boot, a few items scattered in a way that didn't match exposure patterns you'd expect after a decade. Some said the pieces looked like they'd been moved. Others said animals could have done it. No one could say for sure, but the recovery operation that followed was small, almost solemn, as though everyone involved understood that whatever explanation there had once been was likely buried too deep in time and terrain to dig out. I visited the site later on, months after the official work ended. It was one of those late summer days when the air carries the first hints of the coming cold. The trail down into the cut was narrow, and the canyon walls pushed the wind into strange patterns. It would rise in a quick breath, then vanish completely, leaving the kind of stillness that makes your skin prickle. I didn't go all the way in. I stopped at the edge of a rock shelf where I could see the area clearly enough. There was nothing remarkable about it. Just broken stone, sparse grass, a few weathered snags, but I felt something. The sense that whatever had taken place there had left an imprint I couldn't see but could still feel. The way a room holds warmth even after the fire dies. People always ask the same questions about cases like this. How could a man with decades of experience make a mistake that cost him his life? Why didn't the companion stay with him? Why didn't the dog lead anyone to him at the time? Why no tracks, no gear, no trail until nearly a decade later? I've asked myself all those questions, sometimes in the quiet of my truck after a long day, sometimes out on the ridges where the only sound is the crunch of my steps. I never get any closer to an answer. The mountains don't owe answers to anyone. But there's one moment that still comes back to me more sharply than the others. It was the fourth night of the original search. Long after exhaustion had blurred the edges of everything, I'd set up a temporary camp on a ridge where the temperature dropped fast after dark. The stars were so clear they looked brittle. I sat outside my tent, eating something tasteless from a pouch, when I heard it, a distant sound down in the basin, like a single sharp crack, not a branch breaking, not rockfall either, more like the echo of something metallic striking stone, just once before the quiet closed over it again. I waited for a second noise, anything to clarify it, but nothing followed. The wind never picked up, no animals moved, and even the trees seemed to hold still. I told myself it was nothing, just the mountain settling into night. But a part of me remembers how the dog looked when it was found, how it kept glancing toward the tree line as though it expected something to step out. I've seen lost animals before, and that wasn't what I saw in that dog. I saw recognition, I saw caution, and I saw something like fear. Sometimes I think about the missing man during my own hunts. I'll stop on an overlook where the stone drops off into miles of forest, and I'll scan the valleys with the same careful attention I used during the search. Nothing ever feels out of place, until it suddenly does. A shift in the light, a quiet that arrives too abruptly, a sense that the land itself is holding its breath. I still believe in the honesty of the mountains, but I no longer believe they reveal everything. Some things they keep, some things they hide so deeply that even time can't dislodge them. And standing on those ridge lines, I sometimes get the unshakable feeling that the missing man didn't just get lost, and he didn't just fall. It feels in a way I can't quite articulate, like the mountains themselves closed around him, leaving only enough behind, years later, to remind us that he'd been there at all. I don't tell many people that. It's not the kind of thing that sits well in casual conversation, but every time I return to the Seven Devils, I feel the same subtle shift once I'm far enough in. The air changes, the light changes, my awareness sharpens in a way I've learned not to ignore. And even though a decade has passed, I swear there are moments when I sense a presence just beyond the visible line of the trees, not watching exactly, but waiting. Maybe it's imagination. Maybe it's a remnant of that long search, the body's way of holding on to unfinished tasks. Or maybe it's something older, something rooted in the terrain itself. All I know is that each time I make camp near Bernard Creek, I sleep lightly. I keep the fire higher than usual, and I listen, truly listen to the sounds around me, careful not to mistake a shift in wind for something else entirely. Because if there's one thing that Case taught me, it's that a person can walk into those mountains with decades of experience, steady hands, and a clear plan, and still disappear without leaving a whisper of where they went or why. And that sometimes, when the land finally gives something back, it's long after the story has already settled into the kind of silence that feels alive in the dark. I still remember the first sound I noticed. That afternoon, the way the creek hissed against the stones, like something breathing just out of sight. I was standing in the clearing above the campsite, looking down at the tents and the parked truck, when the distant shout started. At first, they blended with the usual noise of a group settling back in after a short walk, but the tone changed fast. Panic carries in a different way out there. It travels through the trees, cutting clean lines through the wind. I felt it before I understood it, a tightening in my ribs as if the whole forest had paused to listen. They were calling for the boy. I came down the slope and saw the parents moving in wild, disorganized arcs around the tents. Their friend was further out near the tree line, bending to peer under low branches, then straightening again to look toward the creek. Their urgency felt out of step with the scene, the tents undisturbed, the fire pit cold but tidy, the afternoon light steady and warm. Nothing about the place looked dangerous, and yet everything in their movements told me something was already very wrong. I heard one of them say they'd only stepped away for a moment, that the boy had been down for a nap, that he had to be close. The words weren't aimed at me, more like thrown into the air in hopes the forest would give an answer back. No answer came. I offered to help search, and they didn't hesitate. They just waved me into the trees as if sending a stranger blindly into the brush might shake loose whatever they were hoping to find. The father kept circling the tents while the mother stood near the flap of the one the boy had slept in, staring at the open cloth like she expected him to crawl back out. She said he must have wandered when none of them were looking. The father contradicted her without meeting her eyes. Their friend contradicted both of them. All three spoke fast over one another, trying to stitch together a series of minutes that should have been simple, but no longer made sense. I walked a grid through the trees behind the camp, calling the boy's name in a firm, even voice. My boots sank into soft earth. The afternoon light thinned under the canopy, and the smell of damp moss thickened the deeper I went. There were no fresh footprints except the ones I made myself. When I looked back, the campground was barely visible. The tents looked smaller from that angle, like something abandoned long before the panic began. They escalated their search almost immediately. Cars pulled up. More voices layered over each other. Radios crackled. Someone mentioned calling the county authorities, and then another voice said they already had. By the time I stepped back into the clearing, the parents were standing apart, each giving different explanations to different people. One said they had been near the creek the entire time. Another insisted they had only walked a short loop. The friend tried to fill in the gaps but only made the timeline more tangled. None of their versions matched the others. I watched an officer take notes while glancing between them, his jaw tight in a way that told me he'd already sensed the contradictions. The mother said she put the boy down for a nap, zipped the tent, and left him sleeping. The father claimed he checked on him not long after. The friend hesitated when describing where he'd been, his eyes drifting toward the creek as if the water itself might offer him the right answer. Search and rescue arrived. While the light was beginning to soften toward evening, they moved with calm, practiced purpose, marking areas, calling for silence, then sweeping in measured lines. The tension thickened around the parents as more people arrived, as more questions were asked. I kept overhearing bits of their explanations, each time slightly reshaped. Sometimes the walk had been brief, other times they admitted it might have been longer. The friend alternated between saying he'd stayed close to camp and saying he'd wandered near the creek, unsure of how far. No one raised their voice at them, no one accused them outright, but suspicion has a way of settling over a place the same way cold air slides through the trees at dusk. It doesn't need to be spoken to change the temperature. The first night passed without any sign of the boy. I stayed with the volunteer group until the searchers called everyone in, insisting they needed the darkness for their own methods. The forest grew painfully quiet. The parents argued in hushed tones near the fireless pit, their faces lit only by the sweep of flashlights passing by. The friend kept pacing the narrow strip between the truck and the tents, muttering half-finished sentences that carried just enough to remind everyone how fractured the account had become. At dawn, cadaver dogs were brought in. That was the moment the entire camp shifted. Hope didn't disappear, but it changed shape. People avoided looking directly at the parents as the handlers moved through the trees with the dogs trotting ahead, noses low. The forest felt heavier that morning. Every snapped twig sounded too sharp, every patch of disturbed ground too suspicious. I followed at a respectful distance, watching the lead dog pause near an area of flattened grass, not far from camp. Its posture stiffened, and it circled once with a low whine. Then it alerted. The handler called it in, and the area was flagged. More dogs were brought over. They reacted in the same place, signs of a scent no one wanted to think about, but no physical evidence anywhere around it. Nothing buried, nothing discarded, nothing that could confirm what the dogs sensed. The parents watched from the edge of the clearing. The mother hugged herself, rocking slightly. The father kept wiping his hands on his jeans, even though they were clean. Their friend stood a few paces away, eyes fixed on the flagged patch of earth, not blinking. The scene stayed frozen like that for a long time. I kept replaying the early afternoon in my mind. The calm campsite, the sudden shouts, the frantic searching, the neat tents, the undisturbed clearing, the absence of any sign that a child had wandered off on his own, the contradictions in the adults' voices when they tried to describe where they'd been and for how long, the unease I felt, even before knowing any details, as if the forest itself recognized that something in their story didn't fit the world around it. Searchers combed the area for days. They went deeper into the woods than most hikers ever dared, marking trees, checking ravines, even wading sections of the creek. They found nothing, no clothing, no footprints beyond the ones from the first day's confusion, no trail a child might have followed. The dogs were brought back twice, each time circling the same patch of earth, each time alerting with the same certainty but unable to guide anyone to an explanation. The parents stayed through the early days, answering questions that grew sharper as investigators pushed for consistency. Their stories shifted again and again. Sometimes the friend had been with them the entire walk. Other times he'd lingered behind at the creek. They disagreed about when they last saw the boy, how long the nap lasted, whether the tent flap had been zipped when they returned. Each version they offered contradicted the last one, until even they seemed unsure which moments were supposed to be true. After a week, they left the campsite under the quiet escort of officials. I watched their truck drive away, dust rising behind it like smoke from a fire that never burned. The friend left not long after, and he avoided eye contact with anyone remaining. The search scaled down, but never fully ended. Over the years, I returned to that place more times than I can count, hiking the slope above the clearing, standing in the exact spot where I first heard the shouts. The forest has a way of holding memories in its soil, even ones without answers. The tents are long gone, the fire pits scattered, the ground grown over with new grass. But the shape of that panic, the way it folded into the quiet, the way the adults' voices tangled until nothing added up, still lingers like an echo you can't quite place. I think about the boy most when the light filters through the trees at the same angle as that afternoon. There's something unsettling about how ordinary the day had been, until the moment it wasn't. No storm, no animal tracks, no sign of a struggle, just a sudden absence and the silence that followed. People bring up cases like his for years afterward. They talk about the remoteness, the missing timeline, the conflicting accounts, the search failures, the dog alerts with no remains found. They call it strange or uncanny or something else entirely. But when I'm there, standing at the edge of that clearing, those words feel too small. It wasn't just the mystery of the disappearance that unsettled everyone. It was the way the truth dissolved the moment it was needed. The forest never explained what happened. Neither did the people who had been responsible for watching him, though they kept trying to patch their stories with whatever details they still had. And maybe that's why the place has stayed with me all these years. Not because of what was found, but because of what wasn't, and how quickly certainty evaporated into a web of contradictions and quiet suspicion. Every time I walk that slope, I stop near the creek and listen to the water. It still hisses against the stones with that same breathing rhythm, steady and indifferent. The flag patch is long reclaimed by leaves and moss. The path the searchers traced has faded. The forest looks peaceful again, but I've learned that peace can hide things. It can hold them without offering closure or explanation. It can swallow a moment so completely that all that's left is the echo of voices calling a name that never came back. I hear that echo sometimes, carried on the shift of the wind through the trees, and I remember the first shout that cut through the afternoon. The feeling that something had already slipped beyond reach, before any of us understood what was happening. The way the forest stood still, as if waiting for the truth to surface on its own. It never did. and I don't think it ever will. All that remains is the clearing, the quiet, and the knowledge that a child vanished from a place that should have been safe, leaving behind only questions that no one, not the parents, not the friend, not the searchers, has been able to answer. Sometimes when the light fades just right, I can almost see the tents again, pale shapes against the trees, and hear the distant rush of the creek. The memory settles over me the way evening fog settles through the branches, and then the forest goes still. I noticed the smell of coolant before I noticed him missing. It clung to the gravel outside the repair shop in Bishop, a sharp, dusty sweetness, rising from the concrete bays as I stepped out of my friend's van. I had driven up expecting to find his car finished, parked in the lot with that battered roof box he'd carried across 2 continents during his Peace Corps years. Instead, I found a service slip with his name on it, a new completion date scrawled across the top, and a mechanic wiping grease from his palms, while telling me he hadn't seen him in days. That was the moment I realized something was wrong. Not because of the delay, he'd been dealing with that for a week already, but because he would never have let the situation slip out of communication. He planned everything, especially in the mountains, and I knew he'd been timing his entire trip around picking up the car, once the new part finally arrived. The mechanic said he'd last spoken with him nearly 2 weeks earlier, when he left the car behind and took a duffel to a campground shuttle stop. The part delivery kept getting pushed back, so he decided to keep to the outings he'd planned anyway, moving through the Sierra by bus and occasional hitchhiking. None of that struck me as reckless. Not for him. He'd spent years traveling that way overseas, learning to read strangers almost as well as he read terrain, but he should have come back when the shop finally finished the car. The lot felt too exposed while I stood there trying to picture his route. Off to the west, the Sierra crest looked unreal in midday glare, the minarets rising like dark broken glass above the valley. I followed the mechanic's gesture toward the shuttle bulletin, tacked beside the door. The route map stretched up into the high country, ending at the trailhead where he boarded the park bus. The man remembered seeing him climb in with a coil of rope clipped under one arm. He said he looked excited, focused, ready for a long climb. That was the last confirmed sighting. When I drove out to the campground, the ranger kiosk was shuttered for the afternoon break, so I walked the loop alone. The air tasted like dust and pine sap, and the wind moved through the branches just enough to make them hiss. He had pitched his tent somewhere in that circle of sites before heading into the backcountry. None of it looked disturbed now. Weekend campers had come and gone, and the place felt scrubbed clean of any sign he'd ever been there. I tried to picture the moment he stepped onto that shuttle. He would have settled into one of those rattling bench seats, the kind with cracked vinyl that sticks to the back of your legs in the heat. He would have rested his pack between his boots, already mentally charting the switchbacks leading up toward the Ritter Range. He'd mentioned wanting to solo a line he'd been studying for years, a non-technical but demanding climb that wound around the glaciers. He said it was the kind of route best taken slow, giving the weather a chance to reveal its mood rather than springing surprises the way high alpine storms sometimes do. He'd told me all of this before he left home. He'd planned the timing tightly, budgeting extra days around the shop's initial repair estimate. When the job stretched on, he didn't cancel the trip. He just changed the transportation piece, the same way he always adapted when working in remote villages overseas. It was second nature to him. I spent that first afternoon retracing every step I could: shuttle stop, campground kiosks, trailhead signage. By the time I reached the ranger station in Mammoth, the sun was dropping behind the ridge, flattening all the peaks into silhouettes. The park officials hadn't heard anything about a missing climber yet. They listened carefully as I explained the situation, their faces tightening when I mentioned how long it had been. They agreed to start with a basic welfare check the next morning, a sweep of the usual spots where hikers sometimes linger past their expected exit dates. I remember staring at the map on the wall behind the desk, my eyes running along the contour lines toward the narrow chutes above Minaret Lake. If he had gone in that direction, he would have been traveling on firm, late-season snow, stable but still capable of hiding trouble if someone stepped wrong. That night I lay awake in the back of the van, parked beneath a stand of pines, Every sound felt amplified in the thin mountain air. A branch cracking somewhere down the slope. The hum of tires on the road miles away. I kept replaying the timeline. He leaves the shop. He takes the shuttle up. He starts the climb. He doesn't return. Nothing about it added up. Not because the mountains were safe, but because the search window had been so large. Even an accident should have left something. A dropped glove, a dent in the scree, anything. The search began officially on the third day after I arrived. The crews moved fast, covering the valleys with dogs and spotters, while the helicopter traced long arcs across the ridge. From the ground, the thumping of the rotors sounded strangely muted, like a heartbeat smothered by distance. I watched it skim above the minarets, drifting between the shadows that clung to the spires. I joined one of the ground teams for part of that first push. We hiked toward the lake's basin, where the air cooled sharply as the terrain steepened. The trail crossed boulder fields that felt older than anything I could name, each stone split by frost and sun, until it resembled the cracked bones of something enormous. My boots scraped across loose gravel, sending tiny avalanches whispering down the slope. The quiet got under my skin in a way I wasn't ready for. Hours passed like that. Methodical grids, slow, patient searching, nothing. By evening, the incident commander briefed us beside a cluster of trucks. The crews had found no footprints, no discarded food wrappers, no cloth snagged on branches, none of the usual signs they relied on. Everyone agreed that the timeline was working against us. He had been gone too long. Too many storms had passed through since he'd entered the range. The earlier weather reports mentioned light afternoon squalls, the kind that dust the peaks with a thin veil of snow before clearing out again. It wasn't unusual for the season, but it meant tracks vanished quickly. The next morning, I hiked alone along one of the ridges above Shadow Lake. I moved slowly, scanning every depression between trees. The lake's surface reflected the cliffs around it, so dark it looked like it had swallowed the sky. I kept trying to put myself in his place. If he'd camped near the water, he would have chosen a spot sheltered from the cold wind sweeping down the pass. If he'd pushed farther, he would have aimed for a high saddle to shorten the next day's climb. Every choice felt logical, yet none of them offered any trace of him. During one of the brief breaks, a ranger walked up beside me and mentioned how unusual it was to have no sign at all after such a thorough sweep. He wasn't implying anything beyond the difficulty of the terrain, but the weight of it settled heavily in my thoughts. I'd come expecting something concrete, a lead, a clue, even a false alarm. Instead, every hour widened the gap between when he was last seen and where the evidence should have been. On the sixth search day, a storm moved in from the west. The wind came first, bending the tops of the foxtail pines, followed by a curtain of sleet that made it impossible to see the far ridge. Operations suspended for safety. We gathered back at the command post, boots soaked, clothes stiffening in the cold air. The commander explained that each hour of poor visibility erased more of our chance to find him. I watched the radios hissing on the tailgate of a truck, their static flickering under the tent like a restless insect. His family arrived that evening, faces pale with exhaustion. I stood with them near the heater while officials explained the situation. The conversation was quiet, almost clinical, but I kept seeing flashes of moments he'd told me about. Working with kids overseas, sleeping under tin roofs, climbing limestone cliffs that felt like they were sculpted by weather alone. He had survived so much by being prepared, by reading his environment, by knowing his limits. That was the part I couldn't reconcile with the silence in front of us. Over the next several days, the weather shifted again, clearing enough for more aerial sweeps. The helicopter passed over the same basins, scanning every patch of glacial ice and talus. Ground teams rechecked routes he might have taken as alternates. Each evening, they returned empty-handed. I walked back to the van through dust, kicked up by truck tires, the gritty taste of it filling my mouth. Nothing looked different from the day before. I kept thinking about the bus driver who had seen him board the shuttle. The man described him as calm, purposeful, not hurried, not uncertain, just a climber heading into the backcountry like countless others that season. That image stayed lodged in my mind, Him settling into that seat, shoulders slightly hunched under the weight of the pack, the morning light streaming across the floor of the shuttle. I imagined him stepping off at the trailhead, adjusting the straps of his pack, glancing up at the peaks he knew so well from maps and past trips. He would have felt that familiar spark, the one he described when talking about the challenge of a long route. Even knowing the storms could sweep through without warning, he would have read the sky, noted the wind, and moved forward with the steady confidence he'd built over years of climbing. And then he simply vanished. By the second week, the search scaled back. Officials met with the family and explained that without any physical evidence, there was no clear direction left to pursue. They wouldn't close the case. They rarely did in situations like this, but active operations would wind down. The mountains would remain open, the trails busy again with late-season hikers, the season shifting quietly into fall. I stayed one last night in the campground where he'd spent his final known days. The air felt colder than before, the wind carrying the scent of distant snowfields. I sat at the edge of the fire ring and watched the sky dim until the silhouettes of the minarets sharpened against the stars. The peaks looked unmoved by everything that had happened, their dark edges standing in place like witnesses who wouldn't speak. When I drove back to Bishop the next morning, I passed the repair shop. His car sat parked outside, fully serviced, clean, waiting in a way that felt wrong. I parked across the street and looked at it for a long time. The mechanic appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. The silence between us carried the weight of the last 2 weeks. I stood there until the wind picked up and pushed dust across the pavement. Then I turned away, leaving the car behind, the mountains hidden once again behind the shimmering heat of the valley floor, and the unanswered question of where he'd gone lingering in the stillness around me. I learned the weight of silence on the day they called to tell me his bike had been found on a remote service road, the trailer still hitched behind it and dusted with early snow. I remember sitting in my truck outside the ranger station, watching flakes drift over the windshield while I tried to understand how a trip he had planned for months had unraveled so quickly. He was always the most prepared of us, the one who checked his maps twice and carried more tools than he needed. Seeing his gear scattered like that made something tighten behind my ribs, a pressure that hasn't eased even now. The first photo they showed me was of the road narrow, frost-rimmed, cut-through heavy timber. His bike stood upright, leaning slightly downhill as if he had stepped away for only a moment. The trailer behind it looked heavy, the bright dry bag still strapped down, untouched. What grabbed me most was what someone had found near the frame. A bow driven into the earth at an angle, its string slack and several arrows stuck in the ground beside it. Another arrow protruded from the side of the trailer, buried deep enough that the metal was creased around the shaft. It didn't match any of the gear he carried. I knew every item he'd packed. They told us he'd been sighted the day before, pedaling along the river corridor just before dusk. A witness had noticed his reflective vest catching bits of fading light as he rode north. After that, nothing. Less than 24 hours later, the gear was discovered exactly where the tree line pressed closest to the road. It didn't make sense. He wouldn't have camped there. He wouldn't have left everything behind. The rangers were apologetic but thin-voiced. They were understaffed, they admitted, stretched across storm damage and late-season hikers who hadn't made it out before the weather turned. They told us plainly that an official search would take time. That was when I realized we'd be the ones doing the first sweep. My father tightened his jaw, my sister rubbed her gloves together, and my mother stared at the map on the hood of the car as if the shape of the mountains might speak to her directly. Snow fell harder by the hour. We pushed through it along the roadside ditches and down toward the riverbank, calling his name, even though I knew sound didn't travel well in that kind of cold. The river moved dark and slow beneath the crust of ice. Every few yards I knelt to study the frost, looking for a print or a drag. Nothing. The only tracks were our own. That night I slept in a cheap motel bed with my clothes still damp, and the map spread beside me. I kept tracing the mileage between the road and the higher ridges, imagining him climbing, Maybe chasing light, maybe running from something I couldn't picture. The arrows bothered me the most. They didn't belong to him, and they didn't match anything the local archery groups used. Someone had placed them with intention, or maybe someone had lost them long before, and we were making patterns out of nothing. I tried convincing myself of that, but it didn't take. When the official search finally began, teams worked the river corridor first. The logic was simple. People follow water when they're confused or injured, but he wasn't found there. Day after day, the teams wound through the trees, flags marking grid sections, dogs weaving between trunks. Each evening we waited at the ranger station for updates, listening to the furnace knock and hiss through old vents. Nothing turned up except the same facts we already knew. The gear was intact, the weather was bad, and the terrain made every hour more dangerous for the searchers. By the second week, hope thinned. The rangers didn't say it outright, but I could read it in their pacing and how they lowered their eyes before speaking. My sister refused to accept it and insisted on hiking farther upridge with me, even when the wind stung our faces raw. We found a few broken branches and some animal prints, but nothing human. The cold settled into everything, including the parts of me I thought were solid. The search wound down. Officially, they called it suspended, but we all understood what that meant. Snow sealed the mountains. My parents went home eventually, but I stayed longer than I should have, driving the roads at dawn, walking trailheads until the light died. I tried imagining every version of the last moments he might have had, slipping on ice, injuring himself, signaling for help nobody could hear, but the distance between his gear and where he was eventually found made every theory feel hollow. The map didn't add up. Months passed, winter eased, reports came in fits. A hiker thought they saw something off a ridge. An angler thought they noticed a torn jacket near a tributary. Each lead collapsed. I stopped expecting answers and started carrying the silence with me like another layer of clothing. Then, more than a year later, the call came. A pair of backpackers had been scaling a high-elevation ridge 15 miles from the site where the gear had turned up. They noticed scattered fabric, then bone. The coordinates didn't make sense. He hadn't been heading that direction, and the climb was brutal even for well-equipped mountaineers. When I reached the ranger station, the map was already out. I followed the line between the 2 points over and over. It crossed deep valleys, dense old growth, and steep faces that would have challenged him even in summer. Standing at the site felt unreal. Wind curled through the pines, carrying the faint scent of cold stone and lichen. The elevation made every breath sharp. I watched the investigators photograph what remained and bag the items they could identify. There was no sign of his bike, no sign of the arrows from the roadside scene, nothing that told us how he had traveled so far uphill, or why he'd left the path of his planned route so drastically. The ranger assigned to speak with families explained that the cause of death would likely remain undetermined. Too much time had passed. Too much weather had swept over him. I didn't feel anger then, just a strange suspension, like the world held itself a few inches away from me. Back home, I laid out the few items they returned: his multi-tool, a torn strap, a metal buckle, cold things, small things. I tried imagining him climbing those ridges, fighting snow, pushing through timber. The distance between the road and that ridge haunted me. It was the 15 miles that kept replaying in my mind. Not the discovery, not the weight, not even the gear arranged like a message we couldn't interpret. Just that stretch of land, empty and silent, that somehow swallowed him whole. Even now, when winter comes back around and the mountains take on that same blue-white shine, I think about the bow and arrows stuck into the ground by his trailer. I replay the angle of them, the odd precision. I remember how not a single footprint was found around the bicycle. I remember the long gap before the search even began, the way the clock kept ticking while snow stacked deeper. And I think about how the place where he was found contradicted every simple explanation. I try not to reach for meaning where none is proven. I tell myself the wilderness can twist a person's sense of direction, that hypothermia can steer a mind sideways, that storms can change a landscape faster than we expect. But on quiet nights, When I traced that impossible line between the abandoned gear and the ridge where he lay, a different kind of stillness settles over me. A feeling I can't name, something just outside the edge of what we can explain. I still remember the first time I walked into Granite Spire National Monument as a rookie ranger, boots fresh from the box, radio strapped tight to my shoulder, the smell of cold stone and dry pine carrying on the mountain wind. Back then, the older rangers kept one story close to the chest, trading looks when rookies asked about missing person procedures. They'd mention a name, then fall silent. A law enforcement officer who'd gone out on a short patrol and vanished as if the mountain had opened and swallowed him whole. I didn't understand the weight of it until years later, when I found myself standing in the same harsh terrain, running my fingertips along the same ridgeline where he was last seen, wondering how a man in uniform could simply cease to exist under a clear daytime sky. I didn't know then that I'd spend 37 years circling back to that story. I didn't know I'd eventually be pulled into it myself. The case had been cold longer than I'd been alive when I was hired, and by the time I'd earned senior status, it had settled into the monument's culture like a heavy stone no one knew how to lift. The facts were simple, laid out in brittle old reports. The officer, trained, steady, respected, walked out on a short, routine excursion along the South Spine Trail. He wasn't carrying his radio, a detail that always felt strange, like a puzzle piece carved from the wrong wood. He was seen by at least one civilian heading in, moving steadily uphill along a route we all walked weekly, and that was it. No boot prints past the first 300 yards. No torn fabric, no equipment, no sign of struggle or injury. No scent trail for the dogs. Nothing disturbed, nothing left behind. Just absence, clean and absolute. I didn't think much about him during my early years. The mountain has a way of forcing your attention onto the present slips. Changing weather, tourists who underestimate their own limits. But as seasons turned into decades, and I found myself posted again and again near South Spine, the story began to seep into the quiet spaces of my routine. I'd stop along the switchbacks and look out across the steep gullies, the white slabs of granite catching the sun at odd angles, and imagine a uniformed figure far ahead, cresting a ridge he never should have crossed. Sometimes I'd picture him stepping wrong on the shale, but that didn't match the search logs. Other times I'd imagine an animal encounter, but the teams found no signs. The simplest explanations dissolved each time I tried to hold them. Over the years, the case became one of those quiet legends that trailed behind us during training briefings. Not a ghost story, never framed like that, but a cautionary gap in the monument's history. A controlled environment with clear trails, monitored activity, and well-documented procedures should never lose someone trained for those conditions. It was a message about preparation, vigilance, redundancy, and communication. But underneath all that, we were left with a hollow that never quite filled in. By my 10th year, I'd started reading through the old paper files whenever the off-season storms kept us off the higher routes. There wasn't much to find, just the same dry language. Departed alone, weather clear, last confirmed sighting by an unidentified hiker, subject overdue, search initiated, negative findings across all quadrants, hundreds of personnel hours documented down to the minute, yet nothing to show for it except the weight of unanswered questions. I let the case rest after a while, telling myself it belonged to a different era, but the mountain didn't seem to agree. My first odd moment came in late summer, during a routine trail clearing assignment on the South Spine Access Road. The sky was flat blue, the wind sharp and dry. I'd stopped near the old split rail fence that marked the start of the historical patrol routes, when I heard footsteps on the trail above me, steady, deliberate, the cadence of someone in full gear. I turned, expecting one of my coworkers. No one was there. The sound stopped cleanly, as if cut with a blade. I stood still, waiting for it to resume, but the trail held only the quiet scraping of wind through pines. I chalked it up to sound bouncing off stone faces. That happened a lot in that terrain. The second moment was harder to ignore. A hiker flagged me down near the valley overlook, asking if I'd just passed him heading uphill. He described someone in uniform moving fast, almost too fast for the grade. and said the figure didn't respond when greeted. I hadn't been on that side of the ridge at all. When I checked the roster that evening, every ranger on shift had been accounted for elsewhere. The hiker insisted on what he saw, but there's only so much you can promise a stranger when the facts don't support the story. I didn't connect those moments to the old case until the monument headquarters announced, out of nowhere, that the investigation had been reopened. I was in the briefing room when they told us. Most of us thought we were being called in for fire season updates. Instead, the chief investigator stood stiffly at the front, eyes narrowed, and told us that federal authorities had authorized a full re-examination of the disappearance. He said only that new evidence had surfaced, but he refused to elaborate. No explanation about the nature of it, no hint about how it came to light after nearly 4 decades. They'd tripled the reward, reopened witness lines, and pulled archival materials into active rotation. The room went quiet. The air felt heavier, like the walls had absorbed every unsaid question. After the briefing, I walked the long perimeter road alone, trying to shake the feeling that something had shifted under my feet. The reopening didn't feel like routine housekeeping. It felt like someone had seen something, someone credible enough to stir agencies that rarely revisit cases this old. But with no details, all we could do was sit with the uncertainty. What unsettled me most wasn't the announcement itself. It was the expression on the chief investigator's face. He looked as if he'd been awake for nights reading something he wished he could unread. I didn't sleep well for the next week. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured the officer stepping onto the trail, sun catching the edge of his badge, boots crunching over dry granite. A simple departure, a straightforward task, then a blank space where the rest of the story should have been. On the 5th morning, I requested a solo patrol along the South Spine routes. I told the duty officer it was part of my regular rotation. That wasn't entirely true. I needed to see the terrain again, to feel the slope under my boots, to look at the switchbacks with the memory of that briefing still fresh. I needed to stand where the officer had last been seen, and let the mountain answer in whatever way it chose. The air was cool when I stepped onto the trail, the sun still low, throwing long shadows across the boulders. The granite walls around me glowed pale gold, and the narrow gullies held thin columns of unmoving air. I walked steadily, scanning the trail edges, looking for any detail that might weave itself into the old narrative. My breath was steady, my focus sharp. The mountain felt the same as it always had, open, quiet, and different. About 20 minutes in, I reached the flat ledge where the last witness had supposedly seen the officer all those decades ago. The place looked ordinary. A few scattered pine needles, the faint smell of sun-warmed stone, the distant sound of a raven calling over the valley. Nothing marked it as the beginning of a disappearance. I stood there, letting the silence settle, when a faint shape shifted at the edge of my vision, just a flicker along the upper switchback. I turned slowly, expecting a stray hiker. No one stood on the trail, but there was something in the dust, something small and out of place on a path that rarely held prints for more than a day. A partial boot impression, weathered, shallow, but real. I crouched, tracing the softened edges. It wasn't fresh, not recent in any practical sense, but it also wasn't the sort of print that should survive long up there. Wind, animals, foot traffic, they should have erased it. Yet it sat there, half-formed, almost like a memory pressed into the dirt. I moved on, unsettled. The trail narrowed, passing between 2 boulders that always reminded me of gateposts. As I stepped through, the air shifted, cooler, stiller, and then I heard it again, footsteps ahead of me, steady and paced like someone walking in full gear. The sound came from the next blind turn. I stopped, listening. The cadence continued for 3 beats, then cut off sharply, leaving nothing but the rasp of distant wind. I wanted to call out, but something in the air warned against it. Instead, I eased forward, boots barely touching the ground. When I reached the turn, the trail was empty, but the dust wasn't. Think another partial impression. Same tread pattern as the first. Same impossible persistence. A long exhale escaped me, slow and steady. I felt the mountain settle around me again, as if waiting for my next step. I spent the next hour walking the switchbacks, moving slowly, scanning every curve and ledge. Nothing else appeared. No more prints, no figures, no sound except the natural ones. When I finally descended toward the access road, I kept replaying the cadence of those unseen footsteps, trying to fit them into any rational framework. Echoes could travel strangely in the monument. Loose rocks sometimes fell from upper ridges, but these explanations felt thin, stretched to cover details they couldn't fully contain. When I reached headquarters, the chief investigator was standing alone in the hallway, staring at a stack of old case binders. His face looked drawn, the fatigue deeper than before. As I passed him, he glanced up, eyes sharp. He asked whether I'd noticed anything unusual on patrol. I told him only that the trail felt different. It was the truth, even if it wasn't the whole truth. He nodded once, as if he'd anticipated my answer, and said the reopening would remain active indefinitely. That was all he offered. After that day, I avoided South Spine for a while. Not out of fear. Fear has a different texture on a mountain, but out of an instinctive sense that the place was holding something close, something that didn't want to be disturbed. The staff grew quiet about the case again, though the tension never fully left the air. The new evidence was never disclosed. The reward remained posted. The briefings moved on, but the reopening stayed, like a door propped open in a place where all doors should be locked. Even now, years after that patrol, I sometimes find myself standing on the back deck of the ranger station at dawn, watching the sun spill over the granite ridges. The mountain looks unchanged, yet something in its silence feels heavier. Not threatening, just aware. When visitors ask about the old disappearance, I give them the same careful answer we've always given. He walked out on a clear day and didn't come back, despite every reasonable explanation pointing toward a simple, safe return. I never tell them about the prints, or the cadence of footsteps that seem to come from nowhere. I never tell them that the trail sometimes feels like it's holding breath. But when I hike past that last known point, I still pause and look uphill, half expecting to see a figure moving along the ridge, steady and silent, following a route that should have ended decades ago. And sometimes, when the wind dies and the dust lies still, I think I hear someone a few steps ahead of me, walking a path no map has ever shown.